the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Did I come in at the correct point there that time, Nicholas Grimm?
You did. Good job.
Thank you.
We'll get this figured out one of
Turn
these
your
days.
microphone on.
It was.
It was on. I didn't have it potted up.
Hi, John.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. You have him potted up?
Yeah.
Interesting.
John, you're looking dapper. I really like that nice hoodie that you have on.
Yes, it's game night here at the Chai
So
Center.
you're-
It's very quiet right now. You
you're-
know, the calm before the $1 beer storm.
Yeah, about that. Why did I find out until today at 11:30 or 11 o'clock that it was $1 beer night?
Yeah, they didn't promote this one like they have in the
This-
past, John.
This should have been weeks and weeks. Now, granted, I knew about the $1 beer night far in advance last time because I was going out with a Creighton student at the time.
Wait,
and she was like,
I thought you haven't had a girlfriend in like 100
Yeah.
years.
but we were going out. I was taking her out on dates.
This,
stuff like
is that not a girlfriend? Oh, you weren't
We
going
weren't
steady?
official.
There's
We
a
weren't
difference
official.
between dating and being with somebody.
Apparently.
Yeah, we were going out from, and so she was like, "You gotta come to $1 beer night. You have to come to $1 beer night.
Did
have
you?
to do it?" I did, but it was the UConn game, and I didn't know what I was doing. And like, you got to get the wristband and stuff like that. And like, I went and waited in the wristband line, but then I figured out I could have just waited in the actual line, and then they'll come up to you and give you a wristband. And so that's kind of what you just got to establish yourself. So I only got like 3 beers.
I mean, that's still a good amount of beers.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
3 beers
beer.
isn't nothing.
3 beers is nothing. 3 beers does nothing to
Full
me.
question is 3 beers
Okay.
nothing?
It's 0 with
Do you
3
have
Bud
to drink
Lights.
to excess that you have to feel it?
I mean,
Okay.
he
You
is
just enjoy it
23,
because
John.
it's great.
No, he's not at that age yet.
You drink beer for the taste?
No, it's.
Yes, I like beer. I like the taste of beer.
I know where Matt's coming from.
It's sterile, and I like the taste.
Yeah,
I've recently come out
No,
of
that's
this.
a different yellow liquid.
I very
Good job, John, on
Nice.
the reference. Thank you.
I've very recently.
Dodgeball.
I've very
Oh.
recently come out of this where
I sure do like pumpkin scotch.
it used to not make sense to me. It's like, well, if I'm not going to get drunk, why would I drink? Right. But then I've gotten older. It's like, I don't need
Yeah,
to
you're an
get drunk.
adult now.
Wait. Drunk that's a lot.
What's the thing that you want to invent?
Okay, so John, here's my idea. All right. I think you'd love this.
Okay.
I want to make an IPA.
Ugh.
That's a 3-pack, okay? Called Totally Buzzed. All right.
It's a
And
good
you
idea.
just
It's a
you
great
just,
I love
you
this
just,
idea.
It's
you
an
just
excellent idea.
You just buy the 3-pack, right? And it's a little higher in ABV. It's probably like 6.3, 6 point something like
I
in
was
that
gonna say,
range.
like, it got to be in the 8 range.
Yeah, something like that. And you have these 3 beers.
You only drink
and-
3 of them,
and
though.
you only drink 3 of them, and you don't get drunk. You just get totally buzzed.
What if you get totally buzzed off
Well,
of one IPA?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some people, it's all based on your tolerance, your weight, and,
But you
all that stuff,
understand. But
metabolism.
okay,
You understand what he's going for, though,
but
right?
you understand where I'm going for, where it's like
Yeah,
it's a
you're trying to
beer-
rip me off of 3 beers. Normally, I buy them in a 6-pack.
Well,
This whole notion of doing 4-packs is ridiculous.
Now-
It should be beer should come in 6, 12, and 24. No 18s either. I want 6, 12,
Wow,
and 24.
this is like your college football playoff takes, John. I don't
You mean
want weird
good?
numbers.
Hell yes.
I don't want weird numbers.
You don't
I want
want
a
it-
normal amount of numbers.
So you don't like the fact that Miller High Lifes come in 18 packs?
Buy a damn case.
That is a case. A case of
That
Miller
is
High
not a
Life is
case.
18.
A case is 24.
You can buy 18 Miller High Lifes for $9.50 at the Canopy Street Market.
I'm happy,
Making
Patrick.
Well, that was probably then, probably not anymore.
Patrick thought the same thing that I did. Something like 6.3%.
Well, I feel like if
Come on
I
now,
have
yeah.
I have an 8% ABV and I have 3 of them, I might get a little bit more because
You're-
then
you're-
well, that's
you're-
a 6-pack.
that's
If you have an 8% ABV,
3
and,
of them, though.
and you have 3 of them, but you have 24% alcohol.
That's
right?
not how it works.
4 times 6, that's 24.
That's
That's
not
a
how it
6-pack.
works. No, just
Oh my
multiply
God.
it.
That's what
I
I'm
had a
going off of.
24% beer. No, that's
Exactly.
not
So-
how it
so-
works.
So the whole idea is to promote getting buzzed.
Totally buzzed. Yes. So you have the 3-pack.
See, I wonder if people would not go for that. I mean,
But
I
think they're-
because the idea is, even when they advertise beer or alcohol commercials, they're not advertising, the inebriation level of the product. It's just the glamour of the product, or
Sure.
if it's Mick Ultra, hey, this stuff is good for people who jog and it tastes like water. Or
I like the idea
whatever.
of the glamour of beer. Beer
Yeah.
doesn't strike me as a glamorous alcohol.
Yeah, I don't
That's fair.
think
Well,
of,
but
I don't
it-
think of
it-
people walking down the runway holding up a can of Busch Light. I don't think of that.
Yeah, but
glamour.
how many beer commercials do you see where people are walking,
I'll tell you
down
this right now. Everybody in a beer
airport.
commercial is hot. They are stunning. I mean, I have never seen
I think most people
Are
in those
they?
commercials are hot. I think
I
that's
don't know.
their
There's
bit.
some commercials that they're not some so great looking people. I won't mention what commercials those are.
I mean,
in.
beer commercials are so lame today. They're not
I
even
do you remember Bud Light, Bud Light, Bud Light, Bud Light, Bud Light,
No.
Bud Light? No,
No, I don't. But beer commercials used to be so good in a lot of different ways, and now they're just,
Meh.
I don't know, they kind of blend in with everything else.
Sam writes, McMaster couldn't survive a few monolithic benevolent sons.
I did survive a couple. Of
You did, I
monolithic
saw you.
benevolent
Yeah.
sons. I'm a tank, but like I think that if you made Totally Buzzed and you were like, look, you want to have a beer or two and feel something before
Or three.
the day before you go to work, you can have Totally Buzzed and you wake up in the morning and you got Totally Buzzed, but you feel fine.
Now that's the key. It's the next morning.
It's the next. That's why it's Totally
Oh.
Buzzed, because you're trying to avoid a hangover.
you don't want to be totally drunk.
You don't want to be totally drunk.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
again, if you're going for this in your advertising and somebody drinks your product and they end up, getting pulled over or get drunk, or
Well, buzz driving is drunk driving, John.
I
You would
understand
know
that.
that if
I
you listen
understand
to the
that, but it's
PSA.
hard.
Sean,
It's
come
hard-
on, man.
comes from a
Again,
different
it
time.
is hard to add. I'm just trying to help you out. I don't want you to get in trouble with anyone.
You got Mike Gundy over here.
It's hard to advertise something as Totally Buzzed when, again, my wife could drink a half of one of those beers and be,
You think
out
she'd
on
be
her ass.
toasted?
you could drink 3 of these and be like, I could do another 18 pack of Miller Lite.
John, I want to let you know that there's no way in hell that I'm actually going to make this and create this.
I mean, you could though. You got to believe
Well,
in
then why
yourself,
did you
man.
even bring it up?
Because I thought it was a great idea, and I wanted you to be like, "Oh, that's a great idea," and not like completely like pick it
I
apart.
feel
like
like
how
I'm
you did
getting
the dumb
again. I
voice
feel
for
like
John.
I'm ripped off.
great idea, man.
Yeah, I was just.
I think I'm getting ripped off.
What do they call
again.
it? Shrinkflation. This is
Yes,
this
this
is
is
classic
shrinkflation.
shrinkflation.
What if you could
Yes, it
get a
is.
3-pack of Totally Buzz for $8.50?
That's
Again,
pretty-
I feel like I'm getting ripped off.
I mean, that's a pretty good deal.
I think that's a great deal.
Yeah. Now,
If they're
not
gonna
with
get-
your mamby-pamby 6.3% alcohol, maybe with
Okay,
a little bit.
well, I'm not so big and tough like Josh Peterson. I drink 7.7. Oh, I'm Josh
There you go.
Peterson. Oh, I like this
He's getting
beer.
Sylvester again.
I like this beer.
Fuckatash.
It tastes like a tree stump, but it's got a hint of citrus. Oh my God, I'm Josh Peterson.
That does sound pretty good.
I ran 14 miles today. I feel great.
All right.
Hey, Harry
You're
here.
just doing every voice now.
Let me tell you what, man. Josh Peterson, man, he likes Corona.
Yeah, you
man.
kept saying I was limping today.
You weren't
Wow.
limping today. You look like you had a Snickers in your
just a little sore. My legs are a little
in your
sore.
The
jeans.
Snickers and his knickers.
Yes.
Wait, a Snickers in your jeans makes you limp?
There was no Snicker in any
he was walking
knickers.
like he had a crap in his jeans. And
No,
I was like,
Oh, I see.
and I was,
That's a euphemism for poop.
yes, yes. You're
John, you're picking up what Matt's dropping for you.
me and John. are
Yeah,
gonna-
it sounds like it's something you're dropping.
yeah, he actually pre-dropped it before he walked in here, and then he smeared it.
What on earth?
I hate that word.
John and
Schmear?
I are going to be
Schmear.
great friends after these shows.
Do you think so?
I think.
Well,
I think
let's
we're
face
Has
it,
former
anyone
teams.
ever said that John is a great friend?
You've worked with him.
What about
for
that
14
one
years.
guy that he goes to
I know.
Knoxville with every year?
That's right. There's that guy, and then there's the Broncos fan. What's the Broncos fan's name? Or is that the same guy, John?
That's my friend. Yeah.
Okay, it's the same guy.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
right.
How dare you forget who his friends
I
are?
couldn't remember if
No, I
Knoxville
don't-
guy was Broncos guy.
John is at the age where now he thinks it's cool to say I only have 4 real friends.
John has said this for as long as I've known him.
Well, I mean, there are people I'm friendly with, but like people who, I confide in and stuff. Yeah, it's a very small group, and that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's different,
My dad's the same way. My dad's got Anthony and John Gardner. That's it.
What on earth?
I know he's got those 2 guys. That's it.
I got 6, 7 really close
I'm at the
friends.
age where I have too many friends. And I feel bad for not talking to enough of them. And I just feel like I'm pulled in so many different directions, especially
Well, I mean,
when I go
change.
when I
That'll
go back.
change when
I
you
know, but I don't know who I want to keep and who I want to cut. I feel like I'm on Hard Knocks cutting down my 53-man roster. You know, I feel like Joe Philbin when he had to cut all those guys on the Dolphins.
Don't think of it that way.
Great
it'll
reference.
just happen by natural attrition. You know,
I know.
Some people will kind of, you're not under any pressure to have to trim your list. I mean, you're not getting married right now or anything. You're not sending
Thanks,
out
John.
18 save
You're
the
a
dates like Nick.
ways away from getting married, Matt.
It wasn't
Yeah.
18 save the dates, John. You're just being old and dramatic.
John hooked us up with so these were invites yesterday, Nick?
Yeah.
There was they were received greatly in my household. Riss looked it over and said, "This is an awesome invitation."
That was all Paige.
Yeah, I know you always say that about everything that happened. You can't just say thank you and just move on.
Because I want to make sure she
I
gets the
give Nick a shout out for booking guests that he didn't book, and he's like, no, I wasn't the one.
Can't wait to
I
see,
don't want to take credit for something I didn't do. I want to
Unreal.
earn it.
Unreal.
That's admirable.
can't wait to see the pictures.
Oh, did Matt not get invited? Oh,
No.
whoa.
It's-
This is a tough look.
It's nothing personal, Matt.
We do a crossover with the man, and we have for 24 hours,
I know.
Nick. Come on.
You're right.
Nick got
He's a coworker, a close coworker.
no, it's fine. Nick and I have barely known each other.
Yeah.
I
do it, though.
I realized because did
No
Connor
offense.
get-
I love you, Nick. We've barely known. We've known each other for
Yeah,
less
no,
than a year.
that's what it's.
I know.
Nothing personal.
I know.
Did Connor get one?
Yeah.
There's Creighton baseball that day. You realize that, don't you?
Well,
Oh,
he
I can-
doesn't have to come.
Take Connor's invite.
You could.
How about we play a game of chess, and if I beat you, I get to take Connor's.
Great idea.
Oh.
Excellent bit idea.
I fight for my wedding invite to Nick Grimm's.
I wonder how his soon-to-be wife would feel about this.
Honey, it's called content.
It is.
I
yep.
mean, if Happer's not showing up, but somebody's coming in his place, I guess it wouldn't.
What if I met my wife at your wedding?
Whoa, you
Wow.
could be keeping him from his wife.
You are barring me from love, Nick Grimm.
This is a bummer, Nick.
I know.
Think you know,
And
a
everybody
guy.
knows that I'm
Yeah,
I'm
but-
a great wedding guy. Let me show you. Actually, let me upload a
You're
picture
a
from my
great wedding guy.
I'm a great wedding guy. I'm awesome at weddings.
Interesting.
I keep it flowing.
How
man.
does one man? What are you like?
Thank you, John. My exact question.
Are you like wedding crashers here? Are you going in and
Here-
schmoozing
Here's
people? What are you
well,
doing?
yeah. I talk to everybody at a wedding. Okay, I go up.
You sound like an annoying person.
No, I'm cool about it. I'm cool about it. I meet the groom's friends, I meet the bride's friends. I meet the if I'm tied to the bride, I go and introduce myself to the groom's parents.
Okay.
Hey, thank you so much for having it. Blah, blah,
So you'll
blah,
go up to
this,
Paige
that.
and say, "Hi, nice to meet you.
Absolutely, it's her wedding.
I'm
I'll
Matt's
say, hey,
coworker.
thank you, blah,
Thanks
blah,
for the
blah.
invite. I really
Yes,
appreciate
I
it.
really
Also, those
appreciated it.
invitations were gorgeous.
They were so good. It's right on my fridge. That's
Yep.
what I would say. And then
Excellent.
keep the drinks flowing, have the conversations. If there's, I'm never afraid to get people involved in the dance floor, right?
Ooh, that's not my type of jam.
stuff like that.
Does
like,
your commitment to this bit go
It's
only
not a
so
bit.
far as the quality of either the food and or the
I'll,
open bar?
I'll tell you right now, I will judge this food. Okay, I will.
We got our
definitely
food
judge
locked
this
down. It's gonna be good.
What do you got? Like chimichurri steak? You got a chicken? You need a chicken and you need a meat. And then also a vegetarian option is always there. And then I love it when
Mac
some
and
weddings
cheese.
have salads and soups, right? So you can decide, do you want a salad or do you want a soup? And so you keep it rolling.
well, prepare to be blown off your feet because we're about to have white rice. That's what we're gonna have.
We're having chicken fajitas. It comes on the sizzling plate like chilies.
White rice and cantaloupe, right, Nick?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Interesting.
We just got that rice cooker. We got to put it to use.
Damn right.
Very
Good for you.
important. Yeah.
What-
Alyssa, coworker Alyssa writes, Matt just listing off all the reasons he should not be
I
invited to the
know,
wedding.
dude. I'm
Yeah,
fun,
these
man.
are all very interesting things that you're saying to try to ingratiate yourself with
I've
Nick.
never been more sure that maybe you shouldn't be there.
What do you
wow,
mean?
this
So
is a
I'm
tough
gonna
one.
drink and dance and be funny, and that's all right. You're just gonna have a boring ass wedding. is what
Charles
you're
writes,
gonna have.
hello, this is a blazer. Matt McIPA.
I know. I have I brought a blazer here.
I couldn't
What
think of the
on
word
earth?
for it this morning, so when he came by, I'm like, I like
Oh yeah,
your
he goes
jacket
your
coat
jacket coat,
thing.
fancy looking thing. I go,
I
you
didn't
like
say
my
fancy.
blazer?
I just said jacket coat thing.
Jacket coat thing.
I go,
Interesting.
you like my blazer?
Yes.
Blazer,
Blazer. Thank you. See,
taser.
look at that. That's another dodgeball reference. Sean texts in, maybe young Matt could meet an emo girl if he went to Nick's wedding.
I don't know. Girl with a nose ring, that might be too much.
Whoa,
Whoa, are
has
you
a nose
assuming that
ring.
all
I
of
think your
Nick's
wife
wedding
has a-
guests are nose rings?
Now
Wow.
you're definitely not invited.
Damn, Matt.
Out on nose
That's
rings?
That's an experience that maybe, I was, by the way, that's a Captain America Winter Soldier.
Definitely, it's
Yes,
not
it
how
is.
you
For
actually
sure.
feel.
For
Yeah.
sure.
I'm trying to find this picture of me dancing
Find your
at the
opinions
wedding.
behind a movie quote.
Yeah, I mean, you would know a thing
You're
or
gonna
two
quote
about
him-
that.
I didn't say the word
Bastards
he
next.
did. I was just reading it off of a book.
Exactly. I don't believe that.
I was just quoting Pulp Fiction.
Exactly. I don't believe in Pulp Fiction.
By the way, Ben is triggered. He wrote, Josh wrote this title, and that's not funny. The Cowboys still suck. Ben, I don't create the YouTube streams.
No, I did.
So this was Nick's. Also, Ben getting so attached to Aaron Rodgers over like one mid-season is wild to me.
What a weird hill to decide to die
Yeah.
on.
Oh, man, the Steelers did what they always did, go slightly above 500 and lose in the first round of the
Yeah.
playoffs.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
What a
Pittsburgh.
weird guy to fall in love with. I bet his AI-based wife is really regretting some of her decisions.
Husker Alex says Aaron Rodgers' thumbnail and title 3 for 3 on today's time slots. Great originality.
Whoa,
That is
this
interesting.
true,
Whoa!
Nick?
Yeah.
You-
All 3
you-
shows apparently had
We're
Aaron
the
Rodgers.
last one. You should like take a peek at what's going on,
First-
Mr. Video Director.
First off, it made sense for our show to do it because I obviously crapped all over Aaron Rodgers in our first
Sure.
segment because
Sure.
he's a weirdo and just
That's what I'm saying. We're the
A
third
washed-up
show in
quarterback.
line. I feel like this could have been Nebraska lands the LSU offensive line.
There's an awesome picture of me at this wedding that I can't find.
yeah, just
I-
picture phone.
Oh, I got it.
I can't believe you're going after Nick again for thumbnails. This is incredible.
Okay, that is a pretty fun picture.
Come on.
Well,
Wait,
to be fair, it was a listener, and I just kind of
look at
tweeted it.
that, John. Look at that. You see me right there? That's me in the middle. You don't think that's me being fun at a wedding? You don't think that screams fun? Look at my.
You should be trying to show this to Nick.
look-
less than
look at
John.
my-
How do we know this isn't at some like FFA convention?
look. Look at my tie bandana up there.
I
you
can't
kidding
see
me?
the tie bandana.
It's right there.
I was wondering what was going on
It's-
with your head. I thought it was a do rag.
You're just generic white guy at a wedding is what I'm getting
Yeah.
off of that.
Alyssa writes, nose rings is crazy. Have fun with your vanilla ass women.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
she has a nose ring.
I said it might be too much for me.
No,
They
that's
seem-
not what you said. I thought you said like
No.
I don't want this
How
at
is
all.
a nose ring too much?
It
Interesting.
was a movie quote, okay?
Mm,
Jeez, you guys are
definitely.
getting offended. You guys are just
I'm not offended.
For the record, I'm
Hey,
not
John,
offended, man.
No, I know, John, because
John
you're not
loves nose
John,
rings on
John, you're
women.
not a snowflake like these
Sure,
two other
sure.
guys over here that just get offended by everything. Just a
Yeah.
bunch of snowflakes. Ooh,
I just liked it that you said it because his wife has a nose
You
ring.
got
That's
two-
why it was
two
funny.
men over here who love participation trophies.
Well, is
Nick
this
Grimm
true
and
from
Josh
Odson?
Peterson.
Bet Matt hates women with tongue rings too. Prove.
I've never no. I've got.
Don't
never
put
mind.
that on.
I'm gonna pause.
Wow,
right there.
that got
Wow.
close.
Wow.
Congrats to the midday show on being the horniest show on the zone.
Finally, I'm glad it's not us anymore.
I've always been on the horniest show.
Wow, Alex, a great point. Since when does John read the chat? Whoa.
He does sometimes.
Every
very rarely.
day?
Yeah, I saw once again Matt didn't read a
Every day?
single
I just don't obsess over it?
text
I mean,
message on the show today.
Yeah, Josh, you really hone in on the YouTube.
I
chat.
like chatting with our listeners.
You love
it's
the
important.
Except when they call. And then it's like,
I
And
love
then it's
chatting
like,
with
get
them when
outta
they
here.
call.
It's like,
You're the one who yells at them all the time, John. A listener calls in and they're like, John, I'm going to disagree with you. And you immediately just yell at them. I love
no, I
taking
let them get in
that's a
their point
horse
and then I
crap
tell them they're wrong.
call.
Yeah, you definitely do.
crap call!
I'm good with phone calls. I like all interaction.
You're not. Stop it.
I love interaction.
You are not.
There's just
good
some
with phone
callers that I
calls.
just don't need to hear from all the time. You know, that's all I-
You told me multiple times. Why did you let that guy on the air?
Well, yeah. Again, because
that doesn't scream you like callers.
no, I like there are other callers that I
true.
would love to hear from. You know who we haven't heard from in a while, John? Hobbs. I would love to hear from Hobbs. Hobbs is a great
Well,
caller.
Hobbs, he's got his,
Life.
yeah.
Jed.
Love lives.
Love hearing from Jed. It's great. Always great to hear from Jed. Georgetown's playing Creighton tonight. Maybe we hear from Jed today.
Yeah, big game.
Maybe.
That would be great to hear from Jed. You know,
Need to
get his
win that
takes
one.
on Matt Rule, get his takes on Creighton basketball. You can cover the
Well.
gamut.
Blue Jay overtime is going to be a late one tonight. Thank God I host the show. I host.
Yeah, again, it reemphasizes if I were president, no games would start past 7 p.m. local time.
It is so late. It
I-
really
It is. It is. It's and especially on. I could make an exception for weekends, but on weeknights, absolutely not.
Josh goes
7 o'clock local time. Period.
Josh goes. I prefer Shaw. What a very mid movie between two guys who play the same character over and over and over again.
Wait, what's he talking about?
Hobbs and Shaw?
Oh, nice. Good reference.
Thank you.
Josh.
Great reference. From Josh.
Fart Knocker writes, what was this, your burner? Kool-Aid Steve. We haven't heard from Steve in generations. If he wants to
No,
call in
that's
and
not-
have
I mean,
he called into the
last year, didn't he?
Well, that
Called
was
last
to the
year.
artist formerly known as the Connor Happer Show. Maybe
I
he
thought
did-
no, he called us too because didn't we call that out and then he called us?
I'm happy if he wants to call in with his terrible opinions. I'm great to hear from him. Marcus says, "What happened to caller Nebraska?" I don't know. He just stopped calling. You just don't hear from him anymore.
What is Shams Charania doing with his hair? It looks like he's got like a mountain on top of his head. It's crazy.
How did you say his name?
Shams Charania.
Yeah, it's Sharania.
I thought it was Sham Sharnia.
Yeah,
Oh.
Sharania.
Is it Charania?
Sharania.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, Shams didn't have any problem when I talked to him multiple times at the Lifetime Gym over in
Is
Illinois.
it
He's a Chicago guy.
Berberia or Berberia?
Yeah, do you know how to say that one?
Berberia?
Okay, that's what we said yesterday, right, John? Didn't we say Berberia?
I may have said it the right way and the wrong way. It's going to take some time, but
Well,
Berberia.
I mean,
Right,
Josh
Berberia.
Hodson literally had to say it to me 7 times before I got it correct because
You'll get there. That's what
Berberia.
happens. It was like Indomitian Sue.
He
It was
should-
really difficult to say, and then suddenly it wasn't anymore.
he should get a Berberia taco, like a Berberia taco
Michael made
sponsorship.
that joke yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did,
Yeah.
and it went right over my
Right,
head.
right before he doxed me, or right after he.
It was
doxed me?
before. He texted in, and I read it, and I was confused by it, and then his joke went over my head.
before multiple people texted me and say, "Hey, I'm so happy I have your number. By the way, I got it from Michael Severe."
That's pretty cool, though, that you got that. Like certain people who you actually wanted to have your number now have your
I
number.
was actually very happy to get Cindelar's number.
That's
I
great.
like Alex. Alex is great,
Mhm.
and I got Coach Ben Audie's number. He was like, "Hey, dude."
Oh, that
just-
was the other person.
He was like, "Hey, dude, just so you know, Severe's putting your number online, but I thought I'd text you."
We just got a text. I just got a text personally. He really didn't invite Matt LMAO.
It's okay. We don't really know each other. We're gonna get to know each other through the crossover. That's why I was so excited because I know Josh Peterson very well. Josh Peterson has met my mother. Fun fact.
I have virtually, not
Virtually,
in person.
yeah, not in person.
Someday I'm visiting Chicago this year, so maybe I'll get to meet her in person.
Oh, I do have to.
I don't know if I'm going to go to the Burbs though. So maybe
Well,
not.
the
I'll be in
Bur-
actual
the
Chicago.
Berberias.
Figured you'd appreciate that joke.
Which burb are you from?
I'm from South Skokie.
Skokie. Okay.
South Skokie. Got to make it.
I didn't know there was a South.
Well,
I thought it
Stib
was
says I
Skokie.
also met Matt's mom.
No, Stibbs. Stibbs. Talk about. All right.
You'll get to do a crossover with him on Friday.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Mike Stubbs.
Uh-huh.
I'll leave that one in the back pocket.
Charles
All right.
writes, did Josh take McMaster's
Yeah.
mom out for a nice seafood dinner?
I got some thoughts about Mike Stibbs.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I can't wait to hear about him. Can't wait to hear.
Can't
Sounds scary.
stand Mike Stibbs. No, I love Mike Stibbs. Mike Stibbs is great. Had a beer with Mike Stibbs.
Wow. Look at this.
Um,
Look at all these nice things
no.
you're saying about everybody.
You are, brother. Okay, so Kenneth. All right,
Well,
I
he's
gotta-
just trying to get on everybody else's wedding list because Nick
Sorry, I already got
is.
married twice. I'm done.
Yeah, damn it.
Yeah. Now Stibbs, he's still. There's
I
always
am.
a chance.
I actually am officially into my wedding age. So I already had one friend. Shout out Sean and Kaylin. They got married or they got engaged.
Congrats.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I will be at that wedding.
Mhm.
I have 3 other friends who are going to get engaged this year that I already know about.
That you know
so-
about their engagement?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Dude.
I'm a good friend. Like I call my
yeah,
friends.
but you might be
I-
doxing their few. Like what if these people are surprised by getting proposed
in my
to?
generation right now. 2 of them's already taken the girlfriend to the ring shop.
Okay.
One of them already has a date booked.
But they haven't proposed.
They haven't proposed yet.
That's the most ridiculous crap that I've
That
ever
is
heard.
an insane level of calling your shot.
Yeah, taking the ring shot
Well,
thing. Totally
I-
understand it.
I'm
That makes
guessing
sense.
they've already talked about it. They just didn't do like a formal proposal. Like,
Yes,
you know
they've
what I
all.
mean?
But
They've already said, "Hey,
We're-
let's do that."
we are no longer in the generation of like, oh, like when you get proposed to, it's like, oh, what a surprise. It's like, no, these things are like planned out now because you got to get the photographer and the family. You
I
got
know
to
how-
go somewhere
yeah.
nice.
Well,
Done married
okay,
twice.
but
I know how it
that's
works.
I
usually
didn't
the
do any
stuff
of
you
that.
do after the proposal.
Yeah, we know
I
Paige
mean,
did.
No, she
Yeah.
didn't either. Mine, I didn't even
You don't
know I
have
was
to
going to propose when I did.
You don't have to start the planning before the proposal. You start the planning before the wedding.
See, I believe
You
you,
can
John. I
propose
have
and then
no
get married
idea.
2 years later, if you want.
I'm about
If
to
you-
dox myself here
What are you doing?
because these people are claiming that I don't live close to Wrigley Field, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Okay, couldn't be further from the truth. This guy goes,
The more that you allow them to get in your head about this, the more that people are going to make these
but it's
jokes.
not true.
I know, but the more that you allow them to get in your head, the more they're going to make the joke.
What
Look.
difference does it make how far you live from Wrigley Field?
Because he wants to be from Chicago.
I am from Chicago.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were from a suburb. See?
I have a lot of weddings coming up in 2027. I'm very excited about it, and I'm going to prove my worth as a great wedding guest.
Yeah.
You know, some people just don't. I'm like the Chad Bradford of weddings. Some
Yeah.
people don't see the value.
I'll
in me.
send you photos from Nick's.
Yeah,
Be
it'd
like,
great.
dude, we're having a great time.
It's gonna,
The zone table is turned up right
Oh,
now.
there's no assigned table. Sit wherever you want.
I'm gonna sit with my coworkers.
It's a very modern
What is
wedding.
it? What
Yeah,
is
I know.
It,
I'm gonna sit with my coworkers.
what is it like the 5th grade Christmas party where you just sit wherever you want?
Oh, we had assigned seats in 5th grade.
Oh, wow, so it's worse than the assigned seats.
I'm gonna sit with my friends. Yeah, that sounds fun.
I like assigned seats. I like to meet new people.
Well, Matt just wants to sit with anybody.
I do. I want to meet everybody.
Yeah, we know.
I want to have a good time.
Nick, I think you should rethink this thing because it sounds like Matt might be the perfect wedding guest because he's that one oddball. You know, you're always going to have that one table that's going to have, you know, not enough people on it. And Matt can always be that one guy. Just come over and, hey, my name's Matt.
Exactly.
Let's talk. Hey,
Watch
I
me
got this
put my
idea for
tie
this
from
beer.
my
It's
heat
called
net
Totally
to my forehead.
Buzzed.
Yeah. Exactly.
Alyssa says I'll be sitting at the zone table. You invited, no offense to Alyssa, but an FM host and not an AM host to your wedding?
I've known Alyssa for a while.
Wow, interesting.
We're friends.
Interesting. Wow, Stibbs says Alyssa invited me too. This is awesome. I can't wait to see Stibbs at Nick's wedding. Again, we're gonna have a great time, Matt. We'll let you in.
Wait a second. Alyssa invited Stibbs?
Gotta have a date for a wedding, John.
But Nick didn't invite Stibbs.
No, and Alyssa doesn't have a +1. So.
Whoa!
Whoa, Stibbs! You and I could have beers that night, and we can get all sad when all of our friends are at this great event.
Wow,
That's great. Did Cindelar get an invite?
Did Cindelar get an invite?
No.
Rack them up, Alex. Let's do it, baby.
Nothing personal, Alex. I
Wow,
love
this
you.
sounds like
We're
you
going.
guys sound like you're having an amazing party. I kind of want to go to this party.
You know what? Maybe Stibbs and Alex and I are going to throw a banger party on the same day of Nick's wedding.
It's like the
And
episode of
we're-
The Office
and we are
where there's
going
two
to-
Christmas
Yeah,
parties.
and we're
there's a
going to invite everybody from the zone.
If there's, a
Everybody,
Creighton,
save the date.
if there's a Creighton game that day, Sindelar's not going to be available.
How come?
He likes Creighton baseball.
Yeah, but he would skip it for your. He would skip it for your wedding.
Josh writes, "I'm going for beers with Matt." Sorry, Nick.
Wow!
Whoa.
It's just gonna be me sitting all by my
You know what?
lonesome at
You
the
know what?
zone
Maybe
You have a
table.
wife?
Maybe.
With her. I meant not any of my coworkers.
None of your friends. 'cause
Oh,
your wife
Ian
isn't
can
your
come
friend.
too. Ian, did you invite Ian to the
No.
wedding? Oh, let's go! What a lineup, dude! What a roster!
Oh,
Hell
my
yeah!
Goodness.
Dude. We're gonna get a dance floor. We're gonna DJ. We're gonna
This is-
bounce. We're gonna bouncy house.
This is actually a hilarious idea. I've never heard of like a spite
Yeah,
anti-wedding night.
and we're gonna throw a banger of a party. We'll get
Wow.
all the Bears fans from St. Andrews to come too.
Amazing.
It'll be a banger, dude.
That's
I'm
fine.
serious. I'll get a.
If I'm going to have people at my wedding, I'd rather have
Oh.
people who care about me. At the
Actually,
wedding.
that's funny. You know what? I'll pay Alyssa to DJ our wedding or DJ my party.
Your party.
Your
Yeah, my party.
anti-wedding?
My anti-wedding. So actually, Alyssa will come to mine and she'll mix it up for us.
Charles says, "Where is this party?"
exactly. We'll figure it out. Cindelar, get on it.
Well, there goes
402
Nick's,
Puck will be there too.
there goes Nick's wedding sellout streak.
Well, wait until Nick finds out that like a random aunt and uncle are going to McMaster's party too.
Nick is going to end up paying $2 million to give a bunch of his invites to random people to his wedding.
Aunt Mary, you said you couldn't make it. Why are you at that one?
Yeah, McMaster's sending photos.
Get away from him. He's got
Sounds
a
like
tie on his
you
head.
guys are going to the Sydney in Benson.
Hell
Wow,
yeah.
that's going to be quite the day.
We're done. We're booked. We're
Wow.
booked.
What is that noise, John, in the
I don't know.
background?
Is
Sounds
class
like
being
there's
let
some-
out? What's happening?
Sounds like there's some
Sounds like Mike
mic feedback.
218's a little early to let class
It
out.
is a little. Well, you know what? We used to get
Also
let out at
specific.
2:15 on
Yeah.
Tuesdays.
Uh-huh. Really?
Yeah, because
Why on Tuesday?
we had teacher meetings on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
So we got let out
Oh,
every day.
wow.
We got let out at 2:40, but on Tuesdays for the teacher meetings, we got let out at 2:15.
We were at 250 high school.
In high school on Wednesdays, we got let out at 2:30, but otherwise we were at 3:30.
By the way, people are calling it Happy New Year. The very
Well-
first one with Matt.
Ian goes, what's the date? I'll check the schedule and book it now. Ian, if you book it, I'm in. I'm there. I got nothing else. When's the date of your wedding? I don't even know. It's in April. I might be out of town, actually.
Really?
I'm going back to Chicago. It's not the weekend of Easter, I take it.
No, it is not
I don't
Easter
think it's Nick
weekend.
listening, dude.
And is it the weekend after Easter?
No.
I don't know if Nick wants the date. out
I'm
there.
not going to specify
Okay.
which date.
Well, whatever it is, I'll probably be in town. Can't wait. Can't wait for the Sydney. Dude.
Asian Joe says this crossover is above and beyond yesterday's. Wow, good job by
Yeah,
us.
yesterday's was just. I realized I got to get some chemistry down between Schaefer and Happer for our crossovers because it's a little too sport pilled. But this
Yesterday
one,
we also did a lot of sports.
yeah, I know I have big shoes to fill here when it comes to doing the
Big shoes.
for Connor
Exactly.
Happer.
Nice.
You know,
Good job, Nick.
I'm
That's a
excited.
drop. You guys will get those drops
I'll tell you
eventually.
right now. There's nothing I love better than getting a bunch of guys that you're friends with and just drinking beers and just partying it up. And it's even better when you have a spiteful reason. to do that.
You know what? Put it on the list.
Oh, okay. What do you got for us, John?
Matt will get an invitation before the wedding.
Whoa. What a list item from John.
And I still won't go.
Oh.
And I'll still have the party. I'll still do it.
That's terrible.
I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't want to peer pressure Nick into inviting me to his wedding.
Well, I just did it because I just made a prediction for it. I put it in a list.
All right. It's on the list.
John, Matt isn't the only one here who's really spiteful.
Who else is spiteful?
Who else
Me.
is spiteful?
Oh.
I'm just because you said that, I'm definitely not going to give him one. Even if I was considering it. Now it's not.
By the way, I did not bring up the fact that I did not get invited to the wedding. I never said it to anybody.
Well, we
This
just
was-
asked.
and
that's
I was
all.
not upset about it at all. I even admitted I don't really know Nick all that well. For being honest, we've been on opposite sides of the lineup for the last year.
Yep. Yeah, and he never came and visited us during the College World Series to say hello and talk to us.
No,
I was busy.
because he was big producer
Interesting.
guy. You know, we were holding down the fort talking about college football before Arizona took on Louisville.
I came and said hi that one morning.
Hey, John,
You did
you're
do it one time.
going to be so pissed off with all of Josh and I already have a bunch of topics we're going to talk
I was going to
about the
say,
College World
he's been
Series.
texting me for months about potential topics for the College World Series.
Not one baseball topic.
None of them are related to
Not
baseball.
one.
I mean, where is that different from any other year?
Well, we've never planned it this far in advance.
We haven't. We have a lot of really good topics.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why are you planning them already this far out? Why don't you?
Because I'm a sicko. Because I'm always thinking. I'm always like, what are
He knows the
good
College World
radio-
Series is the official start of football season, and so thus we will do a lot of football talk.
Yeah.
That's gross.
I'm always
Mhm.
thinking about what my next words are going to be.
You do a pretty good job with that.
What's your next words right now?
Suck it, Nick.
I feel like you didn't put a whole lot of thought into that one.
I think I put the
I
perfect
say we
amount
had it
of
right
thought into
there.
that one.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Wow, what a great crossover.
Well, stay tuned for later in the best of crossover to see if Nick actually did invite Matt to the wedding or if Matt carried through on his threat to hold a counter protest party.
I can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
I
Because
cannot wait.
something tells me that's going to go real well. real well.
We already have a guest list, and Nick isn't invited.
That's fine. I'm busy that day.
Well, he's busy.
He's got
He's
some stuff going
I,
on.
can, I can't make your party.
Damn it.
Hmm.
Damn it. It'd be funny if Nick showed up to my party instead of his wedding. Like, Nick, what are you doing there?
That would be interesting.
It'd be fun.
All right. There you go.
There you go.
That is the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. No more wedding planning.
It's about sports now.
Yeah, it's all about sports. Coming up next, it's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from KETV Newswatch 7.
Cross Train Brewing Company, the official sponsor of One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone, where beer is Nebraska fresh, never boring, and always evolving. Find them at the original location in La Vista, at their DraftWorks location downtown, or at crosstrainbrewing.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
All season long.
Jackson from three. Yes, sir!
The best of the Big East.
Fedor, he'll shoot the three. Bang!
Creighton Blue Jay basketball.
Jays win! Jays win! Jays win!
The Jays play here. 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, a historic day, something that only happens about every time a Halley's Comet shows up in the sky.
I thought they did this dollar beer every year.
No.
Oh.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to a Tuesday Grum here on The Zone, zone.com, the Zone mobile app, of course, zonetv.live, and don't forget, subscribe to that YouTube page. That's where we are today. Did you change out some things, Nick? It looks a little different there in the background.
I'm working on something. I'm in the middle of updating, refreshing. Yeah.
A refresh for the new year.
It's not a reset. It is tweaking. Nick is tweaking some things, John. He is just tweaking.
I'm a tweaker.
I get it. Okay, good. Well, if you can't tell already, I'm at CHI Health Center because I'm in my jail cell.
Good Lord, they're loud there.
Yeah, tell them to
Well,
quiet, John.
they're rolling through the pregame stuff, making sure everything is working and the sound system's working. And now we're doing the team entrance video, and I'm sure we'll do a hype.
You couldn't do this at like 1:30 before you were talking on the radio? Couldn't do it then?
I'm not in control of what time these things happen.
Unreal.
It happens. It's a deal. You know what? It adds to the atmosphere. Adds to the atmosphere of the Grum. Doesn't it?
The guitar solo from Freebird?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why not?
I don't think YouTube likes this.
YouTube doesn't like a lot of things.
Oh, yeah, this actually might get us in trouble. That's hilarious.
Thanks, John.
Tell Creighton to turn it off.
It is what it is. I can't help it, folks.
That's hilarious.
But I can't help this. The Grum Down is brought to you by Grum Down 26 is brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Texans move on. Tomlin steps down. And what about Aaron Rodgers? Well, we might have gotten the answer to the last one by the answer to the second one. Going for 17-0 tonight. And how about this? Nebraska's first win over Dylan Raiola.
Oh, good call. Suck it, Dylan.
Since he's now an Oregon Duck.
Enjoy being at Oregon when Nebraska ball rolls you.
Jay seek a rebound tonight against the Hoyas, which is why I'm here.
Is that a pun?
No.
Oh, rebound, like basketball.
Thank you, Nick.
They
want some rebounds.
Building back the pipeline. Do we already have our offensive line all in place for next year? Based on who's returning and who's being brought into the portal.
Good question.
Michael Brunts will join us to get more on that and other items with Husker247.com.
Excellent.
Steve Sipple will join us in the happy hour today.
Excellent.
The pipeline, you might as well call that the sewer line.
Hell yeah.
Got a super hot take market for you today.
And you said you got something for us. You got something spicy. Got something that could be a conversation.
I didn't promise spicy. We'll see how spicy it gets.
Okay. You promised a topic off of the take. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Survey says. Yeah, we're gonna play Family Feud today.
Perfect.
And in the immortal words of Ronald Reagan, Mr. Kaufman, tear down that wall.
Mr. Kaufman.
Well, you'll find out.
Oh,
later.
I did see something about this with the Royals.
You'll find out later. No, now it's time for the starting lineup intro video. So we're already. Game's already starting. Guess we'll be back after this.
Man, John, can you imagine if the game was starting now? You would be home way earlier than you're planning on being home tonight.
Yeah.
It's going to be a late one. It's going to be a late night for old Johnny Bish.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Love those 8 o'clock tips. Big fan.
Both teams, local teams tonight are tipping off at 8 o'clock. Why don't they think of the radio hosts who have to watch both games and would rather them be staggered so they could focus on one and then focus on the other?
Get to watch both games.
I'm only watching one of them, so
all right. Well, I'll have the Nebraska takes for you tomorrow then, John.
That's fine by me.
I'll have those takes for you.
I'm sure they'll win, so there's probably not a lot more to say than
big
that.
Faves. They are big faves. That's
they
true.
They should win anyway.
Uh-huh.
But the story of the day, Mike Tomlin stepping down as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. A lot of people thought if they hadn't won the game last Sunday night, the stepping down would have been done for him, but they win the game, leading to Harbaugh getting fired. But then after the playoff loss last night, Tomlin is now gone. And so thus ends another incredible tradition of Steeler coaches. This will only be the 4th Steeler coach since 1969.
Nice.
Following Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, and Mike Tomlin. Please. Yeah, they're rolling through every damn video there
They're
is.
trolling now, I think. I think they know what they're doing, those a-holes.
They probably are.
They're trolling you right now.
All right, I guess we're not going to monetize this one.
That's okay.
We haven't been able to monetize one yet, so why should today
the streak
be any
continues.
But, Tomlin famously did not have a losing season in all of his years. A couple of 500 seasons, but nothing more than that. Everybody won at least one Super Bowl. Tomlin will finish 8 wins short of Chuck Noll's team record. Now, all of these win totals, by the way, that we're showing on the screen that's playoffs included. I always think that playoff wins should go to the overall tally.
Of course.
But yet, when people sometimes quote wins, they only count the regular season wins. Well, playoff wins, those are the biggest wins of all. Those should count.
And honestly, what's interesting about that is that's been one of the problems for him in recent years. Famously, their last playoff win came in January of 2017. They won 2 games that postseason, including one over Kansas City at Arrowhead, and they made it to the AFC Championship game. And since then, I saw this stat last night, John, from Marcus Mosier of Locked On. 28 different head coaches have won a playoff game since Tomlin's last win. 4 coaches, including in that number, have won playoff games with 2+ teams. And I mean, you got the who's who on here, of course. Andy Reid leads the way with 17 playoff wins in that time frame. Your guy and Kyle Shanahan at number 2 at 9. And then you have some Brian Daboll has won a playoff game since Tomlin had. Frank Reich at Indianapolis had won. Bill O'Brien has won a playoff game since Tomlin, which is crazy because Bill O'Brien hasn't been in the NFL now for a handful of years. And that was the problem. They were awesome in terms of success. They were awesome in terms of consistency and never being below 500. That was the very famous stat. But man, when they got to this time of year, it wasn't just that they lost. They were usually getting blown out. And last night's final score is funny. It's not really as indicative of the actual game as it unfolded because 23 of those points came in the fourth quarter. But they also never, once they got down by 8 or 9, whatever the score was, 17-6, so 11 points. Is that what it was? There was no chance that they were going to come back and win the football game last night because they haven't been built that way all season long, especially against the Texans.
You're right. I mean, it was a 1-score game for most of it, but in a weird way, it felt like the Steelers weren't really in. I mean, it was kind of similar to Texas Tech against Oregon in the quarterfinals, where both defenses played amazing, but one was constantly facing itself, with its backs against the wall or seemingly in an impossible situation where they were going to have to score to probably, keep their team in the game. And of course it was the defensive touchdown that helped break things open for Houston. But they just suffocated the Steelers last night, thinking that maybe DJ Metcalf was going to be back, was going to be a benefit. And, certainly he made an impact on the first drive, but after that, nothing. Getting the ball to Freiermuth, they didn't get a pass to him. They didn't target him until the fourth quarter. It was suffocating. And Aaron Rodgers, even young, spry Aaron Rodgers, I don't know would have been able to do much last night because there just was not enough support all the way around. They could not run the ball. Guys were getting stuck on like glue. Houston can play that man defense and just lock down receivers. And again, the Steelers don't have a ton of great playmakers on the perimeter. Metcalf's about the only one. And despite the fact, Houston's winning that game and they're -3 in turnovers going into the fourth quarter. They couldn't help themselves. Where it felt like one of those games where it was like, man, you just give Rodgers one shot, and he's going to take advantage of it. No, could not at all. And then again, it gets blown open in the final period.
Those last 2 turnovers that he had. I mean, first of all, what was the talk all week leading up to this game? Can the Texans actually get to him because of, his time to throw is the quickest of any quarterback in the NFL. And that hit that caused the fumble that blew the game wide open with the return for the touchdown. I mean, he got absolutely smoked. And then the season ends, his last throw is on a pick 6, which was pretty interesting given that Tom Brady's career in New England also ended on a pick 6. And once that thing, I mean, like you said, once it got rolling, it was curtains. And then they just were able to do whatever they wanted to do. That defense had been attacking, and then they were just hitting so hard. And, Rodgers, every time you would see a close-up of his left hand, you just reminded of the broken wrist And then it's just
Yeah.
like, wow, this could really go sideways. And that's what it ultimately did at the end of the game.
So, and if you're just joining us, Mike Tomlin announcing earlier today that he is stepping away. The rumors are he's going to be on television. He'll do a TV job. Will he come back to coaching? I mean,
or will he be like Cowher, right?
Right. I mean, he'll go through it for a few years, just like Cowher did. Cowher was on a lot of teams' lists, 3-4 years after he retired, but he stayed that way. Would Tomlin be that guy? Really depends on, how he is wired and how he takes to television, assuming that that's going to be his next gig. But now it's the pressure of who's the next guy? Who's the next guy? Because this is what you're following. Guys who have all been winners, guys who have all had long tenures. The Steelers give you a lot of rope.
I was going to say, you got great job security there.
Now, but here's the catch. Everyone got off to great starts, right?
That's
I mean,
true.
Tomlin was Super Bowl champion just 2 years in. Bill Cowher.
He made it to a Super Bowl early in his career. It took a while for him to obviously win it, but he made it.
Yeah.
Right. 96 was how many years had to be, or 95? How many years had Cowher been coaching by that point in time? 3?
Yeah, they were AFC champions in his 4th year, but in his first year they went 11-5.
Yeah.
They didn't finish worse than 9-7 until 7 years into his tenure. Chuck Noll was a little bit different because it was a whole different era. Because prior to Chuck Noll, the Steelers were trash. But even with Chuck Noll, it kind of happened quick. 1-13, 5-9, 6-8. But then they started the draft. They drafted Franco. They drafted Mean Joe. They drafted Terry Bradshaw. They drafted Jack Ham. They drafted and by year four, that's the Immaculate Reception year. They're 11 wins. And then 2 years after that, they're Super Bowl champions. So, but today it's a whole different story, right? They didn't have free agency in 1969.
Nice.
The draft is a little bit different. Everyone's got great scouting. Because even back then the draft was a little wonky, right? Not everybody had film on everybody else. And so you could really hit a lot of home runs, but nowadays it's a little bit harder to get great steals in the draft because everyone's got great scouting. But free agency kind of offsets that a little bit. So, what's going to happen? I don't know, but the Steelers, I think I saw somewhere where Flores was rumored maybe to be, a good candidate for this job.
I mean, certainly the ideal Steelers coach, like John, when you think of the Steelers and when generations of football fans think of the Steelers, I imagine that they think of defense first and they think of hard hitting, hard nose, wrecking havoc, like that's what a Flores defense does. We have seen that in Minnesota. We have seen that in prior stops. That would be quite the move for them.
Interesting. You didn't mention Miami.
Well, I said prior stops. We did. We saw the Miami defense get after it. It was just that he did not have good player relations back then. But it seems like that has been fixed. Whatever issues he had in Miami have been fixed because the Minnesota Vikings team absolutely adore him. And so I think that he would be a really good hire. The key is going to be, and Fight brought it up in the YouTube chat, the key to job security in Pittsburgh is tied to having a great quarterback. Regardless, this is me now, John. Regardless of what happens with Aaron Rodgers, they need to find their next quarterback. They need to find their future quarterback. I mean, honestly, Cowher, he won with a bunch of different dudes. Neil O'Donnell took him to Super Bowl 30 years ago, in the 1995 season. But what really kind of extended that second run of his, I mean, he had Tommy Maddox for a few years, but then he got Roethlisberger, and he had young Ben Roethlisberger. And then Tomlin got to take over for him, and he got prime Ben Roethlisberger. But since Roethlisberger's later stages, honestly, when the playoff wins stat, when that dies, that is the era in which Roethlisberger still pretty solid in the regular season for a few more years, but then a pretty big drop off. And then they had all the weird crap going on with, the killer bees and all those players. They need their next quarterback. And of course, you can go all the way back to Chuck Noll. Who did he have? Terry Bradshaw. So they're going to need.
They drafted him. He didn't inherit him.
No. I'm just saying he had
that's
him.
The point.
Yeah. They had Hall of Ben Roethlisberger, Hall of Fame caliber quarterback. Terry Bradshaw, a Hall of Famer. Can they find? They don't need a Hall of Famer, but can they find that next great quarterback? Or certainly, I mean, they have just been in the wilderness over the last few years and bouncing around Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and Kenny Pickett. Like they've tried all sorts of stuff. Draft, free agency, trades. They need to find their next quarterback. I hope that they don't. I hope that they don't. Good luck to you, Pittsburgh. I hope you don't.
You know what? The other thing that is a common between these three men, the Pittsburgh Steelers head coaching job was the only head coaching job any of these three men ever had anywhere.
That's crazy.
Noel was an assistant, I think, with the Browns initially. He was a former player with the Browns. Bill Cowher was an assistant with the Browns. Tomlin kind of bounced around. He was with the Vikings or as the DC right before he got hired for this job. So these three guys, none of them had been a head coach before. Flores would kind of break the mold because obviously he had a couple of years in Miami, but not to say that Pittsburgh's going to try to go back to the well again. They're just going to go out and try to find a good coach, whether or not they were a head coach anywhere else or not. But I thought that was very interesting that all three of these guys, first-time head coach, success on top of success, all of them with championships within their first 7 years as a head coach. Now, and today it's a little bit different, right? Are you given as much time? I know the family is still in ownership. The Rooney family is still in ownership, so they may give a little bit more rope. But, I think this will be good for all parties just because it was getting a bit stale.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I don't think Tomlin's a fine coach, but I just think it was getting stale. It's obvious by the lack of playoff success that, it just seemed like, they were getting by. They were getting by. And in an organization like this, in a city like this, with an organization as it has been, you want to be better than that. You just don't want to get by. And it kind of felt like the last few years. And think of the talent they've got on that or have had on that roster, right? They've had really good players. Maybe they haven't had the quarterback, but it's not like they've been devoid of all talent. They just have not been able to put it together. And I do wonder if, this decision today by Tomlin is kind of an admission that, I just need a change. And maybe this organization needs a change. And, and by doing that, it'll spice things up a little bit. But you're right. It's going to come down to, can they find a quarterback?
Yep.
And who is that going to be? And I'm guessing it is not going to be Aaron Rodgers.
No.
Because it sounded like Rodgers was, if he was going to come back, and I wasn't sold on him coming back anyway next year, but this almost makes it certain, unless maybe they make a deal for LaFleur, because Rodgers was on the soapbox last night talking about how, LaFleur and Tomlin should never be on a hot seat because of how successful they've been. I suppose they could do that, but I don't think that's going to happen. So yeah, Pittsburgh's going to be in for a new coach and likely a new quarterback in a whole new era. 402-951-1620 is how you can get in touch with us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Don't forget, you can register for those $100 gift cards by going to 1620thezone.com from Prairie Flower Casino. You can also hit us up on Twitter at USC1620, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Or if you want to email the Grum, it's John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. Big pickup today in the portal. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more as we continue with Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Tulsa to take on Oral Roberts.
We got coverage of Creighton basketball tonight here on 1620 The Zone, also on our sister station 1019 The Keg. Austin Jacobson, who's been doing a lot of shorter shows recently because of all of these weird tip-off times, gets a 90-minute special tonight, starting at 6, because our tip-off is at 8. Someone who is equally as excited about 8 p.m. tip-offs because, there's a thing called deadlines and such, is our next guest, John Walker of the Omaha World Herald. John, I mean, we don't get a lot of these, but there's enough of them just to be like, just kind of needle you a little bit. And you're like, oh man, it's 8 o'clock. It's so late, especially on a Tuesday night.
I know it stinks. It stinks. It really does. It is not conducive to good basketball usually, and it's definitely not conducive to my deadline. So we'll give it a go when the ball goes up at 8.
John, process. What does that look like for you? I love inside baseball media questions. What is this? What is the deadline? And so how much are you trying to write as the game unfolds? And then when it ends, you can put all the finishing touches on everything.
Yeah, for an 8 p.m. tip-off, I'm usually looking at like a 10:10 deadline, absolute latest. So on a night like this, I'm like writing the story as the game is going. And I usually have like 5 to 10 minutes of wiggle room on the back end, if it's not a close game, or if it doesn't come down to the last few seconds anyway. So, I'll as soon as the buzzer hits, I'll file like 350, 400 words, and that'll go in print. And then, by about 11:15, I usually hope to have my online story like fully refiled and ready to go for people to either read it before they go to bed that night or to read it when they wake up in the morning.
John, this is going to be the 4th game in 9 days. And then when you fast forward, and it's not really that much of a fast forward, you move to Friday when the Jays go to Providence. It will be 5 games in 12 days. And just racking my, mental Rolodex, I don't remember too many stretches of regular season play where the games just happen to fall like this. You don't usually see a lot of Tuesday games once in a while. You certainly don't see a lot of Friday games. But, that was a talking point after the loss to St. John's, how that was the 3rd game in 6 days. I'm curious how much of a storyline this could be tonight and moving ahead to Friday when this game, 2 days off game schedule continues, and we're only halfway through it.
Yeah, that's what I wrote about today. That was my advance for this Georgetown game tonight, was that, in college basketball season is a 5-month marathon. In no way is it a sprint, but like Creighton is sped up on this stretch with 5 games in 12 days. You don't see that very often at all. The 3 games in 6 days, Seton Hall, Nova, St. John's, that's the only time Creighton will have that, aside from the Players Era Festival and a potential Big East tournament title, like a run to the title game. But like standard scheduling, 3 games, 6 days last week is the only time the Jays had to do that and will have to do that all season. So, but it's tough to get through, obviously, because every single one of these games that they've already played in, that they have upcoming, matters so much, because every single game matters for this team that is now, for the next couple of months fighting for its NCAA tournament life. So that's why it's so tough. And yeah, Jason Green, Mac mentioned that in I think it was the first thing he said in his post-game press conference, like in his opening statement after the St. John's loss. He said, well, we look like a team that just played 3 games in 6 days. And so, he suggested in there and in a couple of other times that they were feeling it. Jason Green, when I asked him, said that he was feeling it, but not to the point where it should affect their performance. So yeah, we'll certainly see tonight against a pretty lowly Georgetown team if Saturday was just in a vacuum a really bad basketball matchup for Creighton, or if the Jays are running out of gas right here in what's a pretty pivotal stretch.
John, sticking with Saturday, I mean, there have not been a whole lot of the losses of that caliber in this arena. Just the fourth home loss of 15-plus points since Creighton moved to CHI back in 03. Now what, just a few days later, as John mentioned in his first question, how's this program feeling right now? Because it's been quite an up and down season. Every few weeks when we talk to you, it feels like I'm asking you a variation of a similar question, but coming off of this one in particular, it feels like things are heightened a bit.
Yeah, it certainly does, because, you take a step back and, like, the fact of the matter is Creighton has not hung with more talented teams. Like, and I don't even know if you want to put Nebraska in the more talented category necessarily. Like, Nebraska is the better team, no doubt. But, like, I don't know if Nebraska is necessarily more talented top to bottom. You know what I mean? But going back to the beginning of the season, like Gonzaga, obviously they're really good. Creighton purely outmatched against one of the top teams in the country. And the same thing happened against Nebraska. The same thing happened against Iowa State. They struggled against a Baylor team that is a bit more underwhelming than we thought, compared to what we thought they might be. And so St. John's was the latest example of, like, Creighton not hanging with teams that have superior talent or equal talent, if you will. And that should not be the case against Georgetown. So, like, irrespective of the 3 games in 6 days or the 4 games in 9 days, which of course is a factor to some degree, irrespective of that, like, this is a game that Creighton should win regardless of what happens Saturday. And just like Greg McDermott has told his team to flush all of the wins and move on, they certainly have had to flush all of the losses and move on from those just as quickly.
John Walker, the Omaha World Herald, who covers the Blue Jays, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. We're here, well, we'll call it mid-January, I guess. We're only a couple days away from the 15th. And when we go back to the preseason and where some of the expectations were, certainly there was going to be a lengthy process for Owen Freeman to get back to, game shape, given that, he missed the second half of last year at Iowa and did not play over the summer after he injured his knee, had to have the slight knee scope. So his offseason was a bit thrown off. And the idea was, well, he's going to have to get his wind back, and hopefully you get around to the new year and maybe things will come around. Well, here we are, and he's basically averaging 8 to 9 to 10 minutes in Big East play. And it doesn't look like, at least at this point, he's in a position to threaten for more playing time. I'm curious, as you watch, when he is brought in and why some of these things are happening, where is Owen Freeman?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Like, for better or for worse, obviously for the worse, like it kind of changed this season, what Owen Freeman has or has not done, right? Like, at the end of the day, he was the guy picked to replace Ryan Kalkbrenner, which was never going to be an easy task, right? And we all understood that. Owen understood that. But the fact of the matter was, he was the guy picked to replace Ryan Kalkbrenner. And so we knew it looked different, but Owen wanted to have the same impact on winning. And he has not done that, both in the time that he was out there for extended minutes earlier in the season, through the first month of the season or so. At that point, it was like, okay, this is a guy that still needs to find his footing. He's only 4.5 months removed from meniscus surgery. It would make sense. Greg McDermott was adamant, hey, maybe mid-season in January after the new year, like you said, John, like, then we'll slowly start to see the Owen Freeman that, Creighton thought they got out of the transfer portal. And here we are in January, and we just haven't seen that guy. And when he's been out there, it's like efficient in some ways, and so just not what Creighton has obviously needed or what Greg McDermott has wanted in other ways. I just always think of the rebounding aspect. Like that's what Mac wants out of that position this year with how this roster was constructed. And so that's why guys like Jason Green, guys like Isaac Trout, who will just crash the glass relentlessly, like that's their willingness to do that and their ability to do that, gives them a leg up on a guy like Owen Freeman, obviously. So it's really been like the mystery of this season is, where you asked, where is Owen Freeman? It's like, that's what we've all been waiting to see. I think that's what Owen Freeman has been waiting to see. Will we see it? We'll certainly find out, but I do know that there's obviously not a lot of time left, given, as you said, John, we're like, I don't know, there's only like 14 games left in the regular season, which is absolutely insane to think about. And yeah, for him to get on the floor, somebody has to come off of it. And I think Greg McDermott has expressed explicitly how important Jason Green and Isaac Trout have been to this year's team.
John, speaking of bad vibes, as Georgetown group comes in, losers of 3 in a row, 4 of the last 5. Of course, there's the bottle or cup throwing incident, right, with Ed Cooley, which kind of kicked off this poor run. I wonder what you see from them. KJ Lewis, Malik Mack, they score, but they are not very efficient. I guess that's going to be one of those things that I'm wondering about or keeping an eye on. It's don't let them get going, given that they can put up points. What stands out to you most about what the Hoyas bring to Omaha?
They are so talented. Like, they are so talented, but God, they are so disjointed. Like, like I was saying about Nebraska earlier, like, are they part for part, piece for piece? Are they more talented than Michigan State? Are they more talented than Illinois? Like, I don't know, but Nebraska is a better team, clearly, than Illinois, and Nebraska is a better team than Michigan State, right? So it's like Georgetown is the antithesis of that. Like, they are so talented, yes, so disjointed and disconnected. It's a lot of iso ball, which is going to be really interesting to watch tonight because Creighton has struggled to defend off the dribble. Players that aren't named Josh Dix and Jason Green, like they've struggled to defend off the dribble at times. The Nichols game kind of always comes to mind when I think of that. I know it was before break and caught in between games and what have you, but like, you can't get beat off the dribble by Nichols. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I like Georgetown has talent, but Creighton, I think, is favored by 8.5, 9.5 in this game. And that's just like I completely agree. Like, Creighton should comfortably win this game. Is that easy to do in the Big East? No, but I really feel like Creighton should comfortably win this game because has Creighton's connectivity splintered at times on a team with 9 newcomers? Yes, absolutely. Like, we've all seen that. Max talked about it openly. But if people think that Creighton is disjointed, boy, do I have a treat for you in Georgetown.
And on that note, we'll say so long. John Walker, Omaha World Herald. Read his great work, omaha.com. John, we'll see you here tonight at the arena, and hopefully you'll be able to beat that deadline, which means no overtime.
No overtime. That's what we're always hoping for. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, John.
John Walker joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Georgetown it's interesting. Ed Cooley is the head coach, so it's obviously different than it was, when it was Patrick Ewing or before him, JT3. But it seems like the same issues kind of plague this team. There's talent, there's pieces on this team, but there's not a lot of connectivity and, cohesion on this group. And, he mentioned KJ Lewis, he's the transfer from Arizona, and Malik Mack. Those are their 2 leading scorers. They average 30 points between them. But listen to these shooting numbers. Lewis is only 43% from 2. Mack is only 39%. These are 2-point field goals. And so I'm not even counting the threes. 2-point field goals. And Lewis at the rim is just 45%. I mean, they will take some chances. They will try to get to the free throw line. They try to get their points at the free throw line. About a quarter of their points come from the free throw line, which is a pretty high total. So if the game isn't called a certain way, or, if they aren't able to get the dribble penetration and get defenders, in kind of a scrambled mode, it can be tough for them. That said, they've got a couple of guys at the rim who can block some shots and can be pretty dangerous there. And we've seen the Jays struggle with that at times. In fact, Creighton is one of the worst teams in the country in terms of shot block rate offensively. So
shot blocks against them,
yeah, shot blocks against them. Just simply because they're not usually a team that plays particularly close to rim unless they get, pick and pops and things of that nature. So that'll be something worth watching tonight. Interesting stat from Rob Anderson. The magic number is 30, as in points in the paint. Creighton has won all 10 of their games when they have reached 30 or more paint points. Naturally, they have 10 wins on the season, which means when they don't get to 30 points in the paint, they're 0-7. So, and last year it was a pretty telling stat as well. They were 20-5 when they got to 30-point paint points, but only 5-6 when they scored 28 or less. And this team actually has shot the three just a little bit better, or at least a better volume than last year's team did. So will the Jays be able to, make some things happen in the paint tonight, get, Georgetown scrambling just a bit? We'll see. But it's an important game tonight just to get back good vibes, because you don't want to lose sight of the fact that before Saturday, their only loss in the previous 5 was the one that got away. And, you could make the argument that, they were the better team for, 32 minutes against Seton Hall. But then they came back and they won at Villanova, so you had some good vibes. But then, a game like Saturday happens, and it can kind of take the air out of your sails. And here's an opportunity. I mean, you've got some games. I'm going to quote Scott Frost here. You got some winnable games starting tonight. Now, Providence is never easy to beat on the road, but, this is a Providence team that is probably no better than middle of the pack. So certainly an opportunity there. And then back-to-back after that, 2 teams that you've already taken out in Xavier and Marquette, all before the pink-out game against UConn. So there's an opportunity here starting tonight to rebuild some of that momentum and put yourself in a spot where you're not worried about, middle of the pack or second, below 6th place finish, which is an important number because that's where you're trying to avoid the play-in game at the Big East tournament, and obviously record some wins. While they may not all be, quad 1 caliber wins, still rack up some wins. So tonight's really important, but it continues that stretch, Josh. This is the 4th of 5 games in 12 days. So if there was a little bit of a fatigue issue on Saturday, well,
they're not getting very much time off.
You're only got 2 days off before this one, and then it's only 2 days off with a travel day between now and Friday at Providence.
Yeah, that's an early game, too, on Friday. This Georgetown team, man, they get to the free throw line, and they get a lot of their points at the free throw line. They're 14th most in the country, Georgetown is, in terms of scoring at the stripe. And we mentioned a couple of their players, Lewis and Mack in particular. These dudes, they combine for a lot of shot attempts. They do not combine for a lot of makes. They're very inefficient, but they combine for more than half of the team's attempts. So, I mean, those are obviously going to be the 2 players to watch and to defend for Creighton. But I think we talked about with John, you just mentioned it too, just how this season has gone and how things are feeling right now, and then such a short turnaround. I couldn't believe it when I read that stat in White and Blue Review this morning, just how rare it is to see a margin of defeat like the one that we saw on Saturday. I guess it makes sense, right? This has been the golden age of Creighton basketball. So on one hand, it makes sense. And so for that to be up there with some of the, some real tough losses, and that was the worst loss that they've had in that building in 11 years. So it's been quite some time. See how they rebound tonight.
By the way, speaking of that pink out game, the pink out auction starts on Thursday, and we will be at the Hope Lodge, Nebraska on the last Friday of the month, January 30th.
Nice.
The Hope Lodge, Nebraska, which is a great facility which houses cancer patients and a caregiver for long-term care. If folks who live out of town need long-term care, that is daily treatment here in Omaha. That can be a very expensive endeavor to either have a hotel room or rent a Verbo or some other arrangement. This is free of charge. It's a beautiful facility, and every year we do the paper drive where we raise paper products and cash donations for the Hope Lodge. And this year it'll be Friday, January 30th at Hope Lodge, Nebraska, and we'll have more details on that as we get closer to it ahead of the Creighton versus Cancer Pinkout game against the Yukon Huskies. We'll have a preview of Nebraska's game tonight against Oregon still to come. Coming up next, we'll talk a little bit of Portal before we get to Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7 here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. And it's not 1019 The Keg yet, so I'm just used to saying it here in this arena.
Whenever you're in the building, I understand. Whenever you're in the building, that's what you say.
It's The Zone. Welcome back, 1620 The Zone. I'm here at the CHI Health Center for tonight's Creighton game. Josh and Nick back at our great studios there at 50th and Capitol. Nick's been playing around with the backdrops, I see. You got all kinds of new stuff coming up.
Yeah.
New graphics. Were you inspired by NBC changing their graphics the other night?
Oh, yeah. That's a real big inspiration for me.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
That's good because if no one would have said anything that NBC was going to change their score bug, no one would have noticed. Because it really didn't change that much.
Am I just a huge loser that I noticed the difference? Am I just that big of a dork?
Yeah. Loser and dork, sure. But
you're a pervert. Of course,
I recognize things.
If you compare them, I mean, there really is hardly any difference. All they did was just kind of round out the ends a little differently.
Mhm.
But other than that, it's all pretty much the same.
Got to get ready for the Super Bowl.
Yes, got to get ready for the Super Bowl, which Nebraska won't be playing in because, of course, they're not eligible. But we've had another addition to the new edition. Paul Mubenga, offensive lineman from LSU, announcing earlier today, or at least it was reported earlier today, which gives now Nebraska, and I'm going to count Berberia from Iowa Western as part of this group, even though he's not, I mean, he is a transfer, but he's a junior college, but I'm going to count him in this group as well.
Okay.
16. Got to look at that differently. 16 different additions, and that's as of today. And with Mubenga coming into the fold, that means that Nebraska's added 3 offensive linemen and so far 2 defensive linemen, right? You got Jones and Berberia from Iowa Western, but 3 offensive linemen, Babalade from South Carolina, Black from Iowa State, and now Mubenga from LSU. I think it's pretty apparent that Nebraska definitely wanted to make a statement on the lines of scrimmage.
Yep.
That's where they have been. I'll be curious to see where else it goes from here. I'm guessing there's at least another defensive lineman in here somewhere. There was the
we talked about it yesterday. Of course, we're all wondering about running back. There's been a lot of
Yes.
Marty Brown chatter out there.
Yes.
You know.
Oh, I misspoke. 3 defense. Whittington. He's in the other column. So you got Whittington, Berberia, and Jones. So you got 3 O linemen, 3 D linemen.
Yeah, and I mean, John, you could be looking at 3 starters on the offensive line in those guys. And then when you take into account last year's edition of Elijah Pritchett, you're looking at 4 portal guys potentially starting in 2026, and then Justin Evans being the starting center. And again,
the one Nebraska guy.
Correct, a homegrown. And he was a player we talked about a little bit yesterday that, you know, there'd been a lot of conversation in the weeks leading up to the opening of the portal about him being someone that might be leaving. And again, a few days left still. The portal will close on Friday. But if they're able to hold on to him, I mean, if we would have done a ranking of the top whatever most important players to keep, Evans on January 1st, you know, before it opened, would have been in my top 5. Absolutely. And so one of the things that I wanted to see, and I know you wanted to see, this is not an original thought, was beefing up on the offensive and the defensive line and bringing in guys that are going to start. And it certainly looks like that has been a massive key to the attack so far. Are these guys going to be any good? I have no idea, but they have really gone after them in a way that I was hoping to see as the season came to a close.
So with Berberia, or I'm sorry, not Berberia, but with Mubenga, here was a guy who started 11 games at LSU. He played in 20. He's got 2 years left, so he's halfway through his eligibility right now. 6'5", 310. Sounds like he's a guy that could play either tackle or guard at 6'5". You know, he's probably built a little bit more for guard, but certainly has the ability to slide outside if necessary. So,
did you see the stats about his pass blocking?
I did not.
He's seen 428, and this is from Evan Bland of the World Herald. 428 pass blocking snaps the last 2 seasons. He's allowed 3 sacks among 28 total pressures. So, you know, what's that pressure rate? About 6%, 7%. And then the sack rate is even lower, is what we have seen from him over
That's
the course
not
of the
terrible.
last 2.
That's
No,
not
it's
terrible
really not. It's absolutely not. No.
Yeah. So, and the fact that you had other good schools that were interested in him. The reports were that Alabama was interested in him, and it kind of come down to to those last two. There is a connection with Gideon Pillow Wade IV, Nebraska's offensive line coach, a.k.a. Jeep, because apparently he recruited Paul's younger brother, and so in that connection was able to get a connection with Paul Mubenga. And so now, you're looking at an offensive line, which theoretically, and I'm saying it's theoretically, you could have Pritchett, as you already know, has played tackle, so he's probably he could be either your right or left tackle.
I mean, he started at left, right? So
he started at left, but Babalade, depending on where Babalade played both tackle positions. Either way, you got Pritchett and Babalade, your tackles. You can slide Mubenga inside. Black, the Iowa State transfer, was already an interior lineman, and like you said, Evans returning as center. Theoretically, doesn't mean it has to necessarily be the case, but all of these guys with power conference experience, and all 3 out of the 5 kind of handpicked by the new offensive line coach.
Yeah, and along those lines,
Wade was in there on all of them.
Yeah, let's go to this email because this is an obvious point to make, but a good one still from John. With the players Nebraska signed out of high school and the amount of time they've been in the program, they shouldn't need to be taking so many probable starters out of the portal. I would agree with that, which is why they also have a new offensive line coach this year. Because Nebraska has done, on paper, a really good job at recruiting offensive line. It is incredibly disappointing how little there is to show for that. And that is why, among other reasons, Donovan Raiola is not Nebraska's offensive line coach anymore. And so hopefully Jeep Wade can, A, do a much better job of developing players that they sign, B, get something out of the players that they already have had in the program, and then, of course, C, bring these guys in and have them showing in a positive direction with a different type of offense and a different type of quarterback than the one Nebraska's had over the last few years. I mean, it's like such an obvious problem that we have seen, but Nebraska on paper has really done a nice job at recruiting the offensive line. It's so damn disappointing that they have struggled like they have up front. It is so damn disappointing.
But, think about it. You've got now 3 guys who have prior experience in the SEC, and obviously with Pritchett, he's now played a year at Nebraska.
Yeah.
You have another in Black who has experience in the Big 12, and then, of course, Justin Evans. You've got guys who have come from some, pretty decent programs. I mean, LSU, Iowa State, Alabama, and Babalade from South Carolina, but Babalade had some really high recruiting numbers coming out of high school. So they there. And again, we're assuming that that's, the 5 that would be starting. There certainly could be other options out there, not to mention some of the returners. But to have this kind of experience out there, I think is very promising. And then we'll see how they take to it with the new line coach. And it will be a completely new look offense, if you think about it. I mean, you only have a couple of guys back potentially on the offensive line. Your quarterback's going to be different. Whoever your starting running back's going to be is going to be different. Wide receiver, you're at least, the UCLA recruit, trying to remember his name again, Gilmer's going to start, but the other 2, assuming that, those guys don't surprise us with a late portal entry. But, it's about 50-50 returners versus new guys coming in. And, the rebuild has begun. And then we haven't even talked about the defensive side yet. One thing I would like to try to do tomorrow, if we could, and I've had this on the page here for a couple of days now, but the amount of money that's been spent or theoretically been spent in the portal, and I'm showing some estimates from CBS Sports. Other sites have done it as well, but these are like the range. I'd like to go through an exercise where we try to guess how much Nebraska has paid in the portal so far.
Ooh, that is quite the exercise.
Using these numbers,
sure,
right?
And just guessing based off of how good the players are.
Right. And for example, we'll just use one position. Well, we just saw an offensive tackle come in. High-end offensive tackles can get over $1 million, but it's $1 million and a little bit more. An average offensive tackle. And by the way, this was all surveys of college player personnel and assistant coaches who are somewhat familiar with the process. So it's somewhat of an educated guess here by CBS Sports. But high-end offensive tackle costs you at least $1 million. an average offensive tackle anywhere between $500,000 and $1 million, a low-end offensive tackle between $300,000 and $500,000.
So he
kind
was
of using this formula. I'd like to see how our numbers might compare and how much they've spent just on this, knowing, of course, that they have to spend money in the portal to keep some of the guys that they have really coveted. But just for the guys that are coming in, it'd be kind of fun to maybe try this exercise and see what kind of a number we come up with.
Well, this player, for example, from LSU, a 3-star in their transfer rankings, 322nd overall in the country, and 15th is at his position. So you're probably looking at the second rung down, right?
Yeah,
the
probably
average.
an average.
Yeah, that's probably what you're looking at. That'd be my guess.
Yeah. So we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow, and just see how much possibly Nebraska has spent, knowing, of course, that it is totally a guess.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, Michael Bruns is going to join us. We'll talk about this edition and the others in the portal, get his thoughts. Also, Nick, baseball open practice yesterday.
Josh, baseball, college baseball.
I have 0 baseball questions for Bruns.
College baseball.
Sticking with that for at least 2 months.
They are the defending Big Ten tournament champions, my friend.
That is a tough look for you.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what is a tough look? If you don't play with Underdog, UnderdogFantasy.com. It's a tough look because it's so fun and it's easy to do. All you have to do is go in, download the Underdog app, and you pick your favorite players to see if they go higher or lower on statistics such as points, overall scored, touchdowns, could be receptions, rushing yards, receiving yards, and a whole lot more. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play in Nebraska. Also, look for profit boosters as well, where you can actually make just a little bit more with special profit boosters that are available each and every day on Underdog. And you can do it with a variety of sports. But, Josh, it's perfect in time for the playoffs. We still have a full weekend of NFL action coming up.
Yeah, and speaking of boosting things, John, if you get picks right, you could own up to 5,000 times your cash. 4 games this weekend, all fascinating matchups. There has to be a player in there that you are bullish on or maybe that you are wanting to fade. Just download the app, put in our promo code 1620 the zone. You can score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is 1620 the zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Of HuskerOnline.com. Good afternoon, Brunsey.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Brunts.
Not bad. How's your trips through the portal right now? It's been a busy time.
It's a dead period, John. Don't you know? It's there's nothing going on these 3 days. Everybody's just resting in the portal.
Just resting. Yeah, that's why we're finding out about new guys all the time.
Yeah, it's been busy. Busy's good though. So at least Nebraska's putting the work in. So what about like another week or so with us, and then we'll see where the roster sits.
Brunts, how surprising has it been to you that there are particular wide receivers, perhaps that there is still nothing official about, because there had been a lot of chatter about some wide receivers and what was going to happen with them at the end of the regular season?
Nebraska wide receivers?
Nebraska wide receivers and retaining those guys.
Oh, am I surprised that there hasn't been anything that's come out there? No, I mean, I think, there's still time, but I think Nebraska's done an okay job to this point of retaining guys. I mean, I think, for as much as you kind of focus on what you have to do, bringing guys in, I mean, for programs like Nebraska, where, some of those guys are going into year 2, year 3 in their college careers, I think it's almost as important to make sure you keep them. So I don't know. I mean, I think, that's also been something that's kind of flown under the radar a little bit in terms of the importance of this period, is just making sure that the guys you want, and there's certainly wide receivers like Corey Barney and Isaiah Hunter that you'd want to keep. So, that's an important piece of this, all of this too. And I think too, as much as, there's kind of the hand wringing about what the roster is going to be. I mean, I think, that they made it a priority with those guys. It's too bad that Nebraska hasn't kind of taken on the, what USC's done with the big signing photos every time they get somebody to ink something. But, that stuff's going on behind the scenes, regardless of, whether or not there's the social media acknowledgement of it too.
Brunts, we were just talking about Paul Mubenga, the new offensive lineman, the commit from LSU. This makes 3 Power 4 offensive linemen that have now committed in the portal. I'm curious what your thoughts are on him, and now what the offensive line could certainly look like. We went down the possibility last segment, and a lot of experience there, especially in the Power 4.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that was an important, addition. I mean, they had Brendan Black from Iowa State, who's got over 2,000 career snaps at right guard. I think they like what the long-term potential is for Tree Babalade at that right tackle spot. And, Pritchett was playing really well, I think, towards the end of the season, and he kind of gotten things dialed in a little bit, and he just needed somebody that could kind of come in and help you at that left guard spot. And that's what they're getting here. And, I think the thing that's important too, especially with Tree and with Mbenga, is you have multiple years with those guys, and you just kind of look at the way that the careers transpire at other stops, and there's still room there to be developed, and they're multi-year guys. You can bring them in, you can let Jeep Wade coach them up. I mean, that's the idea there. Is you basically had a full month of Jeep Wade being able to see what he had in that group, see where they needed guys. And, I think they've been pretty aggressive with not only the guys they were kind of chasing, but also, getting into some elbows out type recruitments with some SEC and some college football playoff programs. I mean, Mubenga was that way with, the teams that were kind of in the mix for him, and Nebraska went in there and won the recruitment, thanks partially to the NIL piece of it, but I think also to Jeep Wade's connections with him from his time at Georgia Tech. So, that was, what they needed to do, though. I mean, you look at what Nebraska's, returning offensive line group was going to look like going into next year without these portal ads. And, that there's a large group of guys that, have been in this program for 2-3 years that, still are not on the cusp of being ready to be two deep type players or starters and contributors. And that's a big problem. And that's, kind of what Jeep Wade walked into. And that's why, you saw Nebraska have to really go in and be aggressive with the offensive line recruiting over the last couple of weeks. So I think it's been a good return. And like you said, I mean, you look at, the number of starts across the board of guys that you would probably project to be your starting five next year. For as much as the conversation has been in recent years about Nebraska being young and somewhat inexperienced, I mean, that's not going to be the case along the offensive line next season.
Bruns, are you a believer in the idea of offensive line in the future being built in the traditional way? Like you just said something there that John and I discussed in our previous segment, and that was like, there is a reason why they are having to do this, and that reason is no longer in the program in Donovan Raiola. But it's like so tough to do all this stuff too. Like, is that possible, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think big picture wise, offensive line is one of those positions where it's more fiscally sound to grow your own players. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And, Nebraska has not done a good enough job of that. You go back to the last couple of recruiting classes, really Gunnar Gatula has been the only kind of homegrown type guy. I mean, Justin Evans to a degree as well, but, that has kind of, stepped into a starting role and kind of rolled with it when they've gotten the opportunity. So, I do think, the offensive line is this way. The defensive line is this way as well, where, you need to recruit guys into your program at those spots. And even, Nebraska taking a small recruiting class this year, I mean, they still had 3 offensive linemen that they brought in that, you have to kind of continue to fill those spots along the offensive line and defensive line. And if you get into a position where you need to, you're missing a guy or two and you need to add through the portal, you do that. But it's just tough, I think, every year to have to go in, find, 2, 3, 4 type guys, that you have to find to be starters. So I think you do have to just do a better job of development. I mean, I think that's been, borne out at other places. And certainly, I mean, when you are having to spend so much along the offensive line every year, it does, kind of hamper you a little bit in other areas too, to be able to fill out your roster and find difference makers.
Michael Bruns of Husker 24/7. By my count, Andy Berberia, the defensive lineman from Iowa Western, is going to just be the 8th former Reaver to land on a Nebraska roster, but I believe he is the first scholarship guy. And several kickers have come along, but they've all been walk-ons. How did Nebraska finally use their GPS tracker to find Council Bluffs, and what do you think of Berberia?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was, part of it was need. I think part of it was, that they found a guy that made sense for them. I think they need to do a better job of getting into Iowa Western, and it's not far, like you said. When you have one of the best JUCO programs in the country right down the road, I mean, that should be a regular stop. You've even got former Nebraska players on the staff there. Chris Kolarevic is coaching linebackers there, I think, on defense. So, that needs to be kind of more in the repertoire of Nebraska recruiting wise. And I don't know if, that's a reflection maybe of, just a change overall in college football recruiting. I mean, I think the portal's maybe kind of taken a little bit of bite out of junior college recruiting. But, for a place like Nebraska where you're, an hour down the road from Iowa Western, you're, 3-4 hours away from some really good junior college football in Kansas as well. I mean, I think that's something that you have to kind of continue to look at. And for him in particular, I mean, I think he kind of fits the the mold of what Rob Orich is looking for. He's a a good fit, I think, in a 4-man front, a guy that's pretty aggressive and gets after the quarterback. And you just got to look at his highlights. You get it right away. Why a number of programs after he got out of his letter of intent from Kansas State were after him. So, good for Nebraska to close quickly. But yeah, I mean, you just got to look at what Iowa Western's done, especially along the defensive lines in recent years of putting guys in Power 4 programs, and that seems like a pretty good place that you want to be spinning through every once in a while to try to find guys.
Bruns, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being not surprised, 10 being very surprised, how surprised would you be if Daniel Kalen was the number 2 quarterback in 26?
1 to 10, I would say probably a 6. I mean, I think it's probably like a number 2 situation, but I don't know. I mean, the one thing he does have working in his favor, he has more experience when he left. He did work with Glenn Thomas. He, had a little bit of time with Dana Holgerson when he came in before he was a full-time OC. So the familiarity is there. He's a mature kid who I think could fit in pretty well once again. But I don't know. I mean, I think it kind of depends too, and this is the unknown. As we get into the spring, like what does this offense look like? Like what is it going to kind of emphasize? Because Calandria, Latif, Kalen, I mean they're kind of similar players, but kind of not.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's going to be a big deciding factor in kind of how everything plays out. Is what are you designing this offense for, and do you have another running back out of the portal that you've added to that room and you feel like you can really run the ball with? Are you going to feature the quarterback run game more? What's that going to look like? I just think there's a lot of unknowns too. And, when Dana Holgerson says, we're going to kind of mold it to whoever we bring in. I mean, you've brought in, 2 quarterbacks. So it still feels like it's like there's just a lot of questions kind of need to be answered and what that's actually going to look like before, I feel particularly confident saying how that pecking order is going to shake out.
Brunsey, how good did it feel yesterday to be out there on a ball diamond taking pictures of the Nebraska baseball team practicing at their new facility?
Yeah, it was good. It was you didn't have like the 40-mile-an-hour winds howling out of the north yesterday, so that was a nice bonus.
Well, there's no wind block at that new facility either, so you're out in the open.
It's basically the same situation of like when you'd walk out of the old Devaney Center after a basketball game, walking towards the old state fairgrounds, and just getting blasted in the face by wind. So it wasn't bad yesterday, but good. I guess good that they got a little bit more run-up time. They've got a full month now of practices to get ready for the season, but it's kind of crazy that you're out there on January 12th and it's already baseball season. But
it is crazy, Bruns. It is. It's psycho behavior to even have this conversation.
Yeah, it was good though. You could almost feel spring. It was like it felt right.
I will say this in all seriousness. So yesterday it was 50 degrees. There's no way in hell that it is that warm on the opener at Haymarket. It's going to be chillier than it was yesterday.
Oh, of course. I mean, and it'll probably, I mean, you're going to be tracking real field temperatures in a little bit here.
Oh, yeah.
Per usual, wondering if it's going to sleet, that kind of thing. But yeah, yesterday was a good start, at least weather-wise. We'll see if it'll hold up.
Yeah, for sure.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. Of course, we'll be following Brunsey and all his baseball coverage as well for the defending Big Ten
I'll
champs.
be following your football coverage, Bruns.
Well, I will too, but
we can follow everything, guys.
I will. I love clicking. I love clicking on things. I will click, Bruns.
Thank you.
Click.
That was nice. I like that. That ping.
That's an old school
Solid
ping right there, man.
Yeah,
it's not that little soft ass Gen Z ping of today.
Yeah, it's like the
Baseball.
fake woodbat crack ping.
Yeah, I don't
it's
like
real
it.
ping. That's real college baseball, my friends. Real
Mhm.
aluminum. All right, Brunsey, take care. Have a good week. Good luck to the Broncos.
Yep, sounds good. Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Bye, Bruns.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know how many are familiar, but yeah, Nebraska now has new practice facilities. They're actually sharing. They've built some new baseball diamonds with all turf fields. It's south of the creek, straight south of, or north, I should say. I get my directions
down by the creek.
It's straight north of Haymarket. It's the Sandhills Global Youth Complex, but gives them an opportunity to practice on a full field, not tear up Haymarket. And because it's turf, you can clear the snow and stuff a little bit earlier. So yesterday was the first chance they had to practice there at the new facility. If you drive in on 180 coming into downtown, before you get to downtown, you start to look over to your right as you're driving south, and you'll see some of the fields over there. And that's where Nebraska has their new practice facility.
Wow, this is so cool. I love talking about this in January.
That means a slice of college baseball will be back soon.
Wait, do we have to? I thought that was a one-season bit.
Get to. Was wooden hats and rubber bats a one-season bit?
Yes.
Well, you did multiple seasons of baseball stuff.
There was baseball, and then there was wooden bats and rubber hats.
A slice of college baseball is established. It's so good that the name's not even going to change.
It is, and it is?
Yes.
Interesting.
Can you pick up a slice of college baseball at the Super Hot Take Market, or do you have to buy the whole pie?
Great question, John. I think it's like Costco. You can get either.
They have a walk-up window.
Nice.
Well, we'll find out what we're shopping for at the Super Hot Take Market, which includes something that might branch off into a bigger discussion when we continue.
Spicy.
Again, I'm not promising spicy.
It's so hot and spicy. Mr. Banks, I think there was a pepper flake on the floor last night. He was sniffing around, and then he started he was freaking the F out.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so if you have a dog, don't let him snort a pepper flake. My dad dropped a piece of something on the ground, and we were all trying to figure out, what has Banks gotten into? And my mom was like, didn't you drop something? And it was like, oh, there were pepper flakes on that. That's what it was. He's okay, though.
Can't take your father anywhere. He's just a slob, just throwing food on the floor, throwing food all over the place, getting the dog sick.
Yeah.
Why aren't you more concerned about the fact that your son is just snorting anything?
Hey, you know what? He is a dog. They love snorting things. They also
the apple doesn't fall
okay,
far
don't
from the
accuse
tree.
me of snorting anything, John. Come on now. Come on.
Hey, honey, got more pepper flake? All right, we'll be back with Unsportsmanlike Conduct as it continues next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Nick. Oh, he's on the phone.
Oh, he forgot something, didn't he?
Yeah.
What did I
We're going to the
super
hot take market today. Super hot take. All right. We're going to do a video daily double here.
Dang it, man. I was thinking we were going to get out of this whole media cycle, but then I see what we're about to play. Now we're going to opine.
Well, this happened Sunday after the Jags got eliminated in the playoffs. This was it wasn't a question, but it was an interaction.
It was not a question.
Interaction for you.
That happened at the Jags press conference with head coach Liam Cohen. Here it is.
How you doing today? Lynn Jones, Jacksonville Free Press News. I just want to tell you congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank
you. Hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank
you. And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all
Thank
right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
So 2 things can be true at the same time. Number one, it's a beautiful human moment. You know, when someone's encouraging someone after a terrible loss or a failure of some kind, it's a beautiful thing. Got no problem with it. But a press conference is not this place for it. Do it somewhere else. You only get so much time with this. And fanboy media, I know, it becomes a thing now. It's everywhere. It happens, not just a Jacksonville thing. It happens here. It happens everywhere. But I don't know. It just seems out of place, especially in a moment where you only get so many minutes with these guys, and it's right after a game. That said, love the moment. Love the sentiment. Beautiful moment. We need more of that. We need more of that. You know, fans, instead of, fans booing the coach and the players as they come off the field, they need more Lynn Joneses out in the stands. She should have been
not
in the
press.
stands.
Just not in the press conference.
Yeah, John doesn't think women should be in the press conference.
Whoa, was that the hot take? Get women out of the press conferences? Holy Toledo!
Messed up, John.
Holy Jacksonville!
Just be out there encouraging them on the field, as they're walking through the tunnel. It's like the old, Nebraska fans clapping for the opponent as they leave.
Cheers the winners go by.
Yeah.
And the losers as well.
Console the losers as they go by.
I think this is similar to my question yesterday about expectation creep. They did way better than anybody thought they would, and she was happy about it. Why can't everybody just be that way?
That's not how it works. That was a ridiculous moment in a press conference. That's my take.
I think it was nice.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
beautiful.
It was a nice sentiment. It just doesn't belong in a press
space.
conference.
That's not the proper space to do that. It's for working people. Hot take, I believe. I agree with the NCAA on Trinidad Chambliss. Sorry, some rules need to be enforced. Get a job. Get a real job, Trinidad. I'm sorry. You're fun. You don't get to play college football for 100 years. Those are the rules. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
They have rules?
Go away. I want more of this. Stop allowing college players to play college football for more than 5 seasons. It's ridiculous. Get out of college football and try to go pro.
At what point, I can't.
Or in something other than sports.
That would be great.
Be an adult. I can't imagine being 26 and still wanting to be around those people.
Exactly. You're like a whole generation. You're not a whole generation removed, but you're old enough to get away from
Gen
them.
Z A, Gen Z B.
Oh my gosh, Nick, you shut it. Yeah, get out of here, Trinidad.
Do you wonder just exactly what kind of school these 26-year-olds are doing?
John,
because they graduated such a long time ago that what exactly is the school that they're doing?
So you mentioned that. I was listening to a podcast today. It was talking about Cam Newton, and it reminded me of this era of college football because it told the story of him going to that JUCO for a year after he left Florida. Remember when players, John, used to not get into school because of grades, and then they would go to a different to a JUCO to get their grades in order?
Yes.
And it hit me as I was listening to this, washing the dishes. Does this happen anymore? I don't remember. When's the last Nebraska football player that didn't get in because of grades? Like Elijah Blades in 2017. Does anybody even remember the name Elijah Blades? He was a 4-star, top 100 player, cornerback. I don't remember it happening anymore. So maybe you don't even have to get good grades anymore. That's pretty exciting. How cool is that?
How excited are you, kind of branching off on your take a moment ago? The college football coaches today voted to make the redshirt rule 9 games instead of 4.
Just make it a 5-year eligibility window instead of this weird half measure. What are you doing? 9
well,
games?
technically, it's a 3/4 measure because 9 is basically.
Unless you make it to the playoff and play 4 extra games.
Well,
this
true.
is so ridiculous.
Yes,
so ridiculous.
It's
just
a
they want to
way
do
of getting
5
to
years. Just do 5 years. Just do it, and we can all move on with our days.
Exactly. All right. Well, do you have another one?
Yeah, because I was going to say you have
ahead.
a video. Okay, hot take I could be talked into. Jalen Hurts is going to get traded. Now, the issue with this is the dead cap money would be a lot for Philadelphia. That said, they have proven to be cutthroat before. They traded away Carson Wentz way before anyone ever would have expected them to do that. And it ended up working out for them very well because then they had Jalen Hurts in the fold. Jalen Hurts took him to a Super Bowl, then won another one, then won one rather a couple of years later. The vibes were off all year long in Philadelphia. I don't think that they're going to trade A.J. Brown. I can be talked into that one, though, too. But hot take I can be talked into, Jalen Hurts has played his last snap with the Philadelphia Eagles. They did, and we're going to talk about this later, demoted maybe Kevin Patullo, but maybe didn't fire him. It's very confusing, all the things that are happening right now in Philadelphia.
All right, this is a 2-for-1 hot take.
Okay.
They both have to do with Mr. Curt Cignetti. Even if Cignetti takes Indiana to the title, Bill Snyder's turnaround at K-State is still the more impressive coaching achievement. And that is not a knock on Cignetti. I'm not being anti-Cignetti. But I was thinking,
a little bit.
I was thinking about, no. I was thinking about this the other day. What Cignetti has done is amazing. Certainly going to a national championship in 2 years, from essentially ground zero is incredible. But when you think about the circumstances, or at least the pieces of the recipe that are possible today versus where they were in 1989 when Bill Snyder took over Kansas State, a turnaround like this is more possible because the pieces are there. Indiana's in the Big Ten, money school, largest living alumni base, so the money is around. You have the unlimited transfers. You have NIL. Bill Snyder had none of that stuff. You had to build from the ground floor. And Kansas State was worse in the 80s than Indiana was when they took over. It's 6 of one, 1/2 of the other. It's very close, but I'm still going to rate Bill Snyder's turnaround as more impressive just because it's harder to do it than it is today. That said, it's still the story of the college football story of the 21st century, in my opinion, what Curt Cignetti has done. But that's not the hot take. Here's the second part of the 2-for-1 that maybe we can branch off into a larger conversation.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the other one because I was going to have some opinions on that.
Well, we can circle back to that if you'd like.
Okay.
This is responding to a tweet that Parker Fleming, friend of the Grum, Stats of War on Twitter,
Hell
had
yeah.
a couple of weeks ago. He said, Curt Cignetti is effectively destroying the list of acceptable excuses for coaches needing multiple years to rebuild. Here's the take. I think folks around college athletics are going to overreact to the quote-unquote lessons of Cignetti, and they will be chasing ghosts. This is a unique circumstance. Not saying it won't put pressure on folks, because it will. But I don't think you can just apply this, what Cignetti did and how he did it, to everybody. Because, A, not everybody is Curt Cignetti, right? Guy is special. But I don't think this should artificially change what is acceptable for needing years to rebuild, as an example. I don't think now everyone should just say, well, if you can't do it and if you can't get this thing turned around in 2 years, you're out of here. Every circumstance is just a little bit different. And let's face it, Cignetti, similar to Bill Snyder, kind of has one thing that guys like a Matt Rule, for example, don't have. And that is the inherent pressure that's put on from the fan base, from the media, just from the weight of expectation, the weight of history. You didn't have that at Kansas State. You didn't have that at Indiana. Where
you were blaming the media now for holding Nebraska back. We asked too many questions.
We
don't do the Jacksonville Jaguars lady stuff in the presser. Good job, Matt. Nice loss.
But it is true. It is true that there are some
media
circumstances
reports on stories it's not theirs to tell. Unreal.
That's not what I'm saying.
Unreal.
That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is it is different when you inherit a program that's got more expectations. It feels like more people are watching you, and it feels like more people are questioning you. And you didn't have that at a place like Indiana. They didn't give a crap. They did not care. And so you kind of had that freedom to operate exactly how you wanted to. You didn't have to worry about, hey, we got this legacy 5-star. His dad played here. We got to take him, don't we? Curt Cignetti didn't have any of that kind of stuff. He could come in and do exactly what he wanted.
What if we all pretend to not care about Nebraska football? Like, we don't care anymore, everybody.
No.
And then maybe he'd be good.
That's just part and parcel. That's just part and parcel of everyone's circumstance. Listen, Michigan has that. Ohio State has that. All of the programs that have winning history behind them have those things. But to say that everyone now has to follow a Cignetti timeline or the lessons are that you can do it right away. Yeah, you can do it right away, but what's the most important thing? You got to have the right person and the right people in place from the jump.
So what is the ultimate hot take here?
Exactly what you want. I'm saying the lessons of Cignetti are going to leave a lot of people in college sports chasing ghosts.
So here's my take off of that. That's not a hot take. I think you're spot on. That is absolutely going to happen because this always happens. And you can pot down the music now, Nick. We're out of the hot take market. That always happens when you have someone who uproots the establishment and is able to be a trendsetter to such a large degree that now everybody is going to be holding their coaches to the same level, to the same expectation. I mean, forget about a school that's the equivalent of Indiana, like moving into the next cycle. Nebraska holds Matt Rule to that level. He went on a rant about it a few weeks ago, right? Like everyone wants to, he did that thing where he was like Nebraskans, and he was getting so close to saying like, stop asking me about Cignetti. Leave me alone. Stop comparing me to him. Right. If we're doing that, obviously other schools are going to do that too. So I don't want to say the wrong lessons will be learned, but I think that coaches are going to get fired because like in the Nick Saban era of Alabama, they were being held, every SEC coach was being held to his level, right or wrong, mostly wrong. Why can't you be like Nick Saban? The same thing is about to happen in college football. And the last thing to do for him, especially if he wins the Natty, I mean, there's already something insanely special happening for the Hoosiers. But I think that if they win on Monday, that will 100% happen. And it's going to cost people their jobs. They're going to get fired very, very quickly.
Honestly, it's probably already started. I mean, the fact that they've gotten to this point, sure, the national championship, the confetti following the trophy presentation will be the final, cherry on top. But, I mean, the damage, I'm using air quotes, is done in terms of what this has done to amplify or accelerate the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm seeing folks saying, man, you got to follow it. You got to go out and get old players and get old quarterbacks. You don't have to do that. You just got to go out and get the right people and then have the ability to develop. But at certain places, maybe you have to build a little time into that just being able to turn something around in 2 years. I mean, this is magic. I'm not actual magic, but this is
John, you know what it is?
This is something very rare and it's beautiful. We get these unicorns every so often in sports where for some reason something just clicks. I'll use a kind of an oddball example, but I was thinking back to Tim Tebow, with the Broncos and that 6, 7, 8 week period where it just kept happening.
Mm-hmm.
They just kept winning. And it wasn't sustainable. It certainly wasn't long-term, but sometimes you just hit on something. And that's what's happening here. I'm not saying that this will be the end of Indiana football after this year, because I think Cignetti is really good at his job. He knows what he's doing. He's got a great plan, but sometimes you just hit on those magic moments and it's hard to replicate anywhere else. It's got to be the right personality, the right fit, the right circumstance.
John,
and then a guy who, and here's the thing about Cignetti that I think is the most important thing. He is such a good evaluator of talent.
Incredible.
He's not going out there and beating you with other people's 5 stars or 5 stars that he recruited. He's beating you with people that he can go out and get. Sure. Do they have money now to spend? Absolutely. But he's able to go out there. Fernando Mendoza was not the number 1 quarterback out of the portal last year.
Nope.
But
Carson
he was
Beck
able
was.
to identify, here's someone that can fit in my system.
Yep.
And fits the personality of my program, and we can afford him, we can get him, and we're going to bring him in, and he's going to plug in. And you can say that for a lot of dudes that they have brought in the portal. It is his vision, his ability to identify talent that is probably the most important factor in this whole conversation. And then, of course, his plan, his ability to stick to it, his force of will. If
John,
you
you're
will.
saying all the things. It's him.
It's him.
The lesson.
It's him.
The lesson is: can you find a coach that great? How many times have we talked about? Oh man, why isn't Nebraska as good as they were in the '90s? Is it because they don't run the option? Is it because Prop 48? Is it because they went into a different conference? Is it because Texas annoyed them? Is it because every game is on TV? It's a lot of things, but you know what it ultimately comes down to? They had a Hall of Fame coach. Now they don't. I mean, I know that's way simple. I'm keeping it. I'm KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. But that's what it is. The wrong lessons are going to be learned because people are going to be like, ooh, let's get another guy who can bring his whole roster with, or ooh, let's get a guy from literally James Madison, which is what UCLA is trying to do. I'm sorry. The answer is going to be most likely Curt Cignetti is here and everybody else is here. How many people in the NFL were like, let's get somebody from New England because they're going to have the secret sauce of Bill Belichick?
Well, how many people have come off the McVay coaching tree?
Correct.
Right?
It's like
trying
sometimes
to find clones.
The Saban tree has turned into one that is ever growing and very plentiful, right? Like there is a lot of good stuff to come out of there. On the other hand, Tom Osborne's it's a stick in the yard. His coaching tree is. So sometimes that
Mr.
happens.
Banks, put that Tom Osborne coaching tree down.
Yes, exactly. Stop snorting pepper flakes.
You know what I do hope, though? I do hope that if there's something to be learned from this, is if you're a P4 program, or if you're a Big Ten program or an SEC program, you don't just have to hire people with gobs of P4 experience. Sure, Cignetti had that. He coached at Alabama. He was at some other places. But you can, quote unquote, take a chance if you just go out and you do the interviews and you see what the individual is capable of. I think some of the problem anymore is we've got all of these headhunter organizations and, search committees and things like that try to identify these people. No, you got to have a smart athletic director who just understands one-on-one in the interview process, man, this dude is a winner. This dude gets it. I guarantee you that's what happened in the process with Indiana. They looked at him and said, man, this guy is a winner. And that folks will be more willing to, I'm using air quotes again, take a chance on someone who might be a little bit older or might be a little bit younger, like a Sean McVay, but someone who just has it. Sometimes that's all it comes down to, is being able to identify, man, that guy just
think outside the box.
They have it.
Nebraska's always reacting to the previous mistakes. Oh, hey, the offensive guy failed. Let's get a defensive guy. Right. Oh, that guy was fiery. Let's get a guy who's not fiery. That's what they've been doing for years around here.
Exactly. Always going against the stream. Always going against, whatever it was before. We talked about it earlier with Mike Tomlin. All three of the Steeler head coaches since 1969 had zero head coaching experience prior to being the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I guarantee you, in that interview process, you don't always have to go out and find someone who has the flashiest resume. Not saying that resumes aren't important, because they are. But sometimes you find these things out in the interview process, and I guarantee you, Curt Cignetti, just not having been in the room, but just seeing how he communicates and seeing, how determined he is and how focused he is, I guarantee you he blew the doors off of Indiana when he did that interview, and they said, this is our guy, and here we are.
Look at that. We didn't even get a chance to talk about the first part of the take, which I definitely disagree with, but we're out of time.
Go ahead. That's all right. We can save that for after they win the national championship.
That's true. That's definitely true.
Which will happen after Monday. All right. We'll be back and have more, including the preview of Nebraska and Oregon coming up. Steve Sipple still to come here on 1620 The Zone.
What's going on, John? You look confused.
No, I'm just reading.
Okay.
Has it surprised you that, I mean, I know it's only been a week now for most of these NFL coach openings that we haven't had one filled yet?
A little bit. I think that people are waiting for the Harbaugh domino, and then they're going to go from there.
Harbaugh domino.
Because what is it, like three teams that are like at the top of his list, and so I think once that happens, then you start moving on. I mean, that said, you still have the other coaches who are still coaching in the playoffs, and the rules are that you are not allowed to do any in-person interviews yet. I think that is now about to start, right? And so I'm guessing that that's playing a part in this too.
Well, tonight, Nebraska's going for 17-0.
Wow.
They take on the Oregon Ducks. I saw it was, 10-point spread, I believe?
Yes.
Bart's got it at 13, for what it's worth. Oregon, not sure if Shellstad, their top scoring guard, is going to play in this one.
It sounds like he's questionable.
He's been dealing with some injuries. 10.5 is the spread.
Yeah.
As I kind of look over this game tonight, and certainly is a big front line with Biddle and Evans, who lead the way for the Ducks. Pretty decent, especially Biddle. Biddle around the rim, high percentage score. He's their leading scorer, 17 points a game. By the way, Creighton did not see him when the Jays beat Oregon in Las Vegas over Thanksgiving. He did not play in that game. Shellstad did, if you're looking for contrast comparison. But this game, I think, is probably going to come down to as long as Nebraska does not get punked on the boards. Because when you look at some of the splits for the Ducks, and Nebraska's not been a great offensive rebounding team, but defensive rebounding, they've been pretty good. Nebraska is top 50 in the country in defensive rebounding. So they haven't been terrible in that. But Oregon is 22nd in the country in offensive rebound rate, about 38%. So really good number for the Ducks. But that's really the one area where they shine. Got a good block percentage as well. Obviously, with Biddle in there, they're gonna block some shots. His block rate is one of the tops in the country. So Nebraska's going to have to be mindful around the rim, which at times has been a struggle for them. But I think this game kind of comes down to if Oregon's going to keep hope alive, stay in it, they're going to have to do so by beating Nebraska on the boards and getting other opportunities, because it's not a high percentage shooting team. 3-point percentage. There's really only Simpkins is probably their best 3-point shooter. He is their best 3-point shooter. He's hitting about 40% per game.
Yep.
But if Shellstad doesn't play, and he's more of a volume guy, sometimes, he's out there, he just take a lot of shots. But a lot of times long shots lead to long rebounds. You get second chances. That's where I think Oregon can maybe keep this one close. But other than that, I just think, Nebraska's playing too well right now. They're too buttoned down. They're going to be back at home.
With students for the first time since the Wisconsin game.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they've been home recently. Well, and they haven't. I mean, they were last home
on the
2 weeks ago on the 2nd. And then before that, like you said, it was during the break.
Bunch of bye games
in the middle. So this will kind of feel like that first big home game in a while. And it's a game you're heavily favored in. I guess as long as Nebraska doesn't play with its food, they've been going through this stretch here.
Yes.
Right. Ever since those bye games, you had Michigan State, huge matchup at home, emotional game. Then come back a couple of days later, beat Ohio State on the road, game you weren't favored in. And then, of course, the comeback against Indiana. You maybe wonder a little bit about a letdown spot here, just simply because, it's natural for all of us, just kind of, okay, we got past that stretch. Yep. Now we're heading into a stretch where we're going to be favored in a bunch of these games. You got Oregon, Northwestern, Washington, Minnesota. Exhale, relax a little bit. I don't think this team will necessarily do that, but that is something, certainly you could watch for tonight. But again, I think this comes down to, as long as Nebraska does not get punked on the glass, I think they should be able to take care of business tonight and move to 17-0.
Yeah, along those lines, in that stretch, all the bye games, Nebraska had some like clunky starts, especially, and sometimes they were trailing. It was ugly games. In terms of the matchups versus name opponents this year, they've done a really, really nice job, and they have often gotten off to quick starts. So that's what I've been wondering. Okay, once you get past this stretch, which was the three that you just mentioned, Michigan State at home in the biggest home game maybe ever, and then you have 2 straight road games, and one of them on very little rest at Ohio State. They performed so well in all of those. This is the first time now that they're playing a lesser Big Ten team, and this is certainly not vintage Oregon under Dana Altman, right? And so, how does that show itself early? And they're banged up a little bit, as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago with Shellstad. And so I've been wanting to see what happens when they welcome a team into PBA or when they go on the road, and we'll probably see that on Saturday against Northwestern, and they're the favorite. And they have answered every question, right? Like, they've answered every question, and especially the how will they do with pressure, or how will they do with climbing in the rankings? Like, they have answered all of those questions incredibly well. This is like the first kind of matchup of this style, I guess I would say, since the regular season got going, and certainly since this streak began, and with the students returning home for the first time in essentially a month. This could be, you don't want to say a coronation because it's January 13th, but certainly it could be a, hey, welcome back, and you're watching a top 10 basketball team now in person, which the students haven't had a chance to see this year.
So I had a thought. You remember when Raiola first was coming to Nebraska, and he'd
it's always coming back to football, isn't it?
All the Nebraska basketball games.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think he'll be at this one to support his new school?
Absolutely not.
Now that would be
absolutely not.
That would be the heel move of all heel moves. I mean, we've already had both sides turn on each other. Dylan's being very quiet. He hasn't set out the thank you card to Nebraska.
No poem.
And now Nebraska fan all of a sudden, the whole Mahomes thing is ridiculous. That would be the chef's kiss heel move if he would show up, sit in those same seats, but he's wearing duck gear.
What is Emmett Johnson wearing? Yeah, there's no chance in hell that's happening. Text from the 402. Yeah. Do you guys worry about Nebraska's inability to attack the rim and draw fouls / get free throws? That was something that Robin Washut wrote about this morning on Husker Online. This Ducks team 38th in the country in defensive block percentage at 13.1. Biddle, who John mentioned a couple of minutes ago, second in the league with 2.5 blocks per game. And Nebraska has struggled at finishing at the rim at various points throughout the year. So, yeah, don't and the point of that is, keep attacking, don't settle, and allow yourself to take, shots that you otherwise wouldn't because maybe you're just a little too worried about going inside.
Yeah, this is not a Nebraska team that, relies on a lot of free throws. I mean, their free throw rate is only 299th in the country. So it's not, they don't rely on getting to the line. Now, obviously, you get into late game situations where a team's trying to come back. You will do that.
Folks.
But remember, Nebraska and Michigan State, it was nip and tuck, and Michigan State had to make a little bit of a late comeback to make it a 2-point game. Ohio State, a little bit back and forth, and Nebraska would go on a run, and it felt like Ohio State was always playing catch up the whole game. Indiana, that was a game where Indiana was dominating for 25, 26, 27 minutes, and then all of a sudden, like a psycho on the interstate, just
Mike Eckler
Nebraska passed you at 95 miles an hour. And just moved on by. So I'm not as much worried about that. Again, I'm a little bit more worried. Yes, I think the defense has been a little bit leaky the last couple of games. They've allowed, a pretty high percentage of 2-pointers to go in. Certainly, Indiana had the big game from 3 in the first 20 minutes, but this Oregon team doesn't have the same firepower. They don't have the same firepower as Indiana does. They won't have the home court like Ohio State did, and they're not.
And Nebraska's
like
a good
Michigan
team.
State. And Nebraska's they're good.
Yeah.
They're really good. So again, my biggest key tonight: don't get punked on the offensive glass, and you should be just fine.
I would agree.
Just fine. All right. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and return with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next. Steve Sipple also still to come in the happy hour here on 1620 The Zone. The mystery is over. Keona Davis is now in the transfer portal.
John, I thought that it was already I'm so confused by all these tweets today.
Apparently he announced it, but the paperwork didn't go through or something, and so it never officially showed up in the portal.
The damn it, you beat me to it.
That's annoying because I was so confused. I saw the tweets today. I was like, okay, did I miss something? I thought that. So then I'm scrolling and I'm trying to find the stories.
He took a screenshot of the official notification.
Okay.
Even put out his. You can reach out to his agent. You can put out the Abe Elam is his agent.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
He doxed his agent.
He
it's not really
severe with McMaster.
But if you'd like to call Keona Davis's
don't
agent
say that, John. People don't need to call.
Well, numbers out there. If you happen to be a coach of a football team that could use a,
I guess if someone who is listening to the show is a coach, okay, sure, I guess I'll allow that.
I mean, he posted it. I didn't post it.
Is Keona Davis one of the players in recent years who we talked way more about their performance? Like, we talked about him more than his performance would probably indicate. He was someone that people were really excited about before this season. Really excited about.
You could say that about a lot of guys on the defensive line recently.
Riley Van Poppel. Yep, Keona Davis. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe you're right, John.
Cam Leonard, you know.
Oh, I've said his name many a time.
When was the last time you said his name?
Cam Leonard, just now.
Wow.
Probably earlier this week.
Wow.
He's a player that I keep going back to the Colorado game that Cam played in 2023 on the road. And I was like, whoa, this guy's a freshman? What's he going to be able to be in 2025 as a junior? The answer, not a whole lot, which is pretty frustrating. But Keona Davis was kind of this like out of nowhere, woo, maybe Keona Davis is going to be a stalwart on the defensive line. Nah, not really.
No.
And now he's officially in the portal. It's his story to tell.
Officially in the portal.
Yeah.
Officially in the portal.
Yeah.
So are you expecting to hear either one of Nebraska's wide receivers' names?
Nope, not anymore. And John's talking about Ja'Cory Barney and Isaiah Hunter. Are you not, John? Yeah. I don't think so. I think they're staying. I think they're staying, yeah. Which I would not have guessed that. If you would have asked me 2 weeks ago, I'll be honest, I thought Ja'Cory Barney was leaving. I don't know what I thought about Hunter, but I definitely thought that Ja'Cory Barney was not going to be with the program anymore. I'm quite surprised. And nothing's official, obviously. So if anyone's like, "What is it happening?" No, I just don't think it's going to happen anymore.
We're going to do this tomorrow with the new portal editions, but let's play guess the portal money. So on the screen, CBSSports.com. These were estimates of 2026 transfer portal prices by position, and for each position group, you got high end, average, and low end. So like a high end quarterback, for example, can make $3 million or above. A low end is probably between $750,000 and $1 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
So wide receiver, according to the estimates, and again, these were player personnel and coaches and general managers around college football who answered CBSSports.com's request.
Yeah.
To kind of ballpark for us, what's it cost for a good running back? What's it cost for a good wide receiver? For wide receiver, high-end wide receiver, can run you anywhere between $1 million and $2 million. Average wide receiver, $500,000 to $800,000. Low end wide receiver, $300,000 to $500,000. Let's play spin the wheel. How much do you think Nebraska will have to pay Ja'Cory Barney to stay on the roster?
Well, see, this is transfers. This isn't keeping a player, so I don't know. What is the number?
Well, but I think
is the number higher?
It's the same thing, right?
I don't think so. I think that the number is different. Bringing in a player isn't the old adage like if you leave a job, it's actually better for you because you're able to get more money.
So you think Barney would go for less than what this range would say, depending on where you think he falls in this range?
Let's say he's in the average range. And Ja'Cory Barney could get $800,000 to go elsewhere. Could that number be a little bit lower by staying at Nebraska?
Could be.
That's just again, that's the old adage on how these types of things
and I don't know.
Work.
I don't know if that's the case here or not.
Yeah,
or
this is a very difficult exercise.
Or if you have to overpay, or not overpay, or maybe
just pay a little bit more for sure.
Pay a little bit more,
Because you see that as well,
somebody's
right?
happy.
Yeah, you see that. Like, hey, this person's coming and they really want you and they have this offer on the table. You take it back to your current place and maybe you're going to get a little bit more.
Because it depends. It depends on, who's being the aggressor, right? What was it that Matt Rule said? It's always the desperate that set the market.
Definitely.
The desperate team sets the market. So if you have a team that's, desperate for a guy like a Ja'Cory Barney, we're just using him as an example here, but certainly he was brought up several times during the season as guys that, that Nebraska would have to fight to keep. That, if you get a desperate team out there that needs someone like that, maybe they're pushing the high end of the average or the low end of the high end, on this graphic to do it. I would say it's definitely in the $500,000 range.
Oh, for sure. He's definitely, at the very least, both of those guys I think are in that area.
What you hope for is that you use him a little bit more,
and use him in a correct way. I still, and that part of this is he does go down when he gets a gust of wind and it knocks him over. He trips over a player. Like, you'd love to see him run through some of the tackles. He is a talented player. I would love to see him used in a better way. I think that Isaiah Hunter is a very talented player and does some of the things that I want Ja'Cory Barney to do in terms of breaking tackles. He had that touchdown against Maryland, for example, that I was very impressed by. So I'd rather have both of those guys on the roster than not, though. I was waiting, John, for the news to come down and the immediate response to be, oh, God, Ja'Cory Barney, overrated, never wanted him, went down with the gust of wind, all of the things that I just said. But you know what? I'd still rather have him than not, because I think that he offers something that a good offensive coordinator, which might be the problem, but that a good offensive coordinator could do something with.
We didn't see him run a damn jet sweep until the stupid bowl game. I mean,
I know.
I couldn't believe that they didn't try to find more creative ways to get him the ball in space, because he was so electric when he had it, especially when you had good weather conditions. But man, yeah, when they ran that, and I guess technically it wasn't a jet sweep. I think it was the push pass, but it's the same concept.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Guy goes in motion, get him the ball right behind center. He takes off around the end, beats the guy to the corner, makes a big play. We didn't see it. At all.
It's very confusing.
I thought he was very underutilized.
Yeah, if you would have told me
very underutilized
last year to this year, like, this is what's going to happen, I wouldn't have believed you, because I really thought that a lot of his issues were who his OC was previously, and that was going to change with Holgorsen in charge. And I thought having Holgorsen and Dylan Raiola working together an entire offseason, and like a lot of the new toys that they have on offense, that's the part that I think is just infuriating to me all these weeks later since the season came to an end. All-American running back, first-team all-conference running back. I think Barney and Hunter are solid wide receivers. I think Lyndon Meyer is a solid tight end. And that's this is what they get out of that. I know they had an injury to their quarterback late in the year, but it's not like everything was hunky-dory with Dylan either. I just don't get it.
All right. Well, coming up next, Steve Sipple. It's the happy hour. And I'll be very curious to hear his thoughts. We haven't had him on since, of course, the Dylan news came out, but the news of today with the LSU offensive line transfer, Nebraska's been working hard to rebuild both its offensive and defensive lines. We'll get his thoughts on that and many other things as we continue with this Tuesday Grum here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
I know it's dinner time for some, or very close to dinner time for many.
Bedtime for others.
No. This was not a knock on you. This is not.
It was
not
for me,
taking a
Simple.
side swipe. Not taking a side swipe. I'm throwing it out there because, usually you don't talk about gross things at the dinner table. I'm just going to read a couple of tweets here from Ross Dellinger. From the NCAA convention Tuesday, Charlie Baker, he's the NCAA president, says he expects the D1 cabinet to vote on permitting commercial jersey patches. In one proposal of the jersey patch legislation, and there are several, schools would be permitted to have 2 sponsorship patches on uniforms during non-NCAA championships. These patches can feature a different sponsor for pregame warmups, in-game, and post-game media events. Doesn't that sound great?
Sipple?
Yeah. No, it doesn't bother me at all.
Thank you. Me neither.
It's just gross. It's just gross.
Come on, John.
John, you love capitalism.
I do love capitalism. I don't need sponsorships on jerseys. That's all.
He does. Simple. Seriously, he loves it, except for like a million instances. But he loves it.
So what's wrong with that?
This is like capitalism. This is what it is, John.
Not every idea is a great idea.
John, of all the things in this world right now, that seems very minor to me.
This whole damn show is very minor. We talk
Thank
about
you,
the minor crap all the time. I didn't realize we were supposed to talk about the heavy stuff. Hey, anything happened in Minnesota recently? Your thoughts? I mean, really? This whole damn radio station's built on trivial crap.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh. You're
I'm
driving again, aren't you?
Yeah. I am, and we're on that stretch where we had the fallout. The Dylan Raiola fallout. I'm totally on that same stretch. It's kind of eerie.
Oh no, we're not gonna fight again, Sipple. It's okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone now. He can't hurt us anymore.
I saw.
Well, actually, he can. He's going to play Nebraska.
I saw a breakout video from you this morning talking about it. In fact.
Well, you have to, right?
Oh yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah, we've opined on it.
Yeah, it is what. But I'm on that exact stretch. I'm on that whipping through Gretna, and that's when I was.
Gretna makes me angry too. I totally understand it. I hate that stretch of road, man.
Well, it depends which stretch of road. The interstate's great.
Just Gretna.
Wow, what did Gretna do to you?
No, I'm not. No, that patch thing doesn't bother me at all.
Hey, let me ask you this, Sipple. Do you think he made that move to go to Oregon with, I don't want to say like knowing 100% on Dante Moore's future, because nobody knows 100% anything, but with the lean on if Moore will or will not go to the pros, do you think he has an idea on what to expect for 26 in that regard?
I would think so. What I said on our show, and this was a conversation, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, the way I understood it, was there was a deal in place for Dylan if Dante Moore stayed. There was one deal, and there was a separate deal if Dante Moore would leave. So that makes sense, right?
Sure. Because on one hand, you're thinking he's the starter. On the other, you're thinking he's the backup.
Right. And I don't think, I mean, everything I've read, all the conversations I've had with the elder Raiola, I don't know that how they could know. Because I don't think Dante Moore knew. I don't think that
for sure
I don't think they're getting some sort of inside information. Because I don't think Dante Moore knows. So I think that what I've said, I don't mind saying it to you because I've said it to Dom, I kind of hope Dante Moore stays and Dylan leaves the limelight for a while. Just gets out of it and gets better, develops. Actually go develop. Develop without the limelight on you. Seems like a good idea. It's what Dante Moore did behind Dylan Gabriel, and it worked out pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that formula could be good especially good for Dylan, because it was so intense here. It just got so intensive and then it got kind of ugly. So get out of it for a while. There's nothing wrong with it. Just working on your craft behind the scenes. Not a thing wrong with that. Getting paid to do it.
So what has been the word from Camp Raiola on just the idea of why? I mean, there's at least a fair chance. I don't know if it's a good chance, but it's at least a fair chance that that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to sit, and he's going to be at best a backup, or maybe just sit out the entire year. Why the change of heart?
Why the change of heart? What do you mean?
Well, it just seemed like, and maybe this is an unfair assumption by all of us, that he would have gone to a situation where I'm going to play right away. It's guaranteed I'm going to play right away. This obviously is not that.
Yeah. I think that, just like a lot of things in this world, the situation changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
He did have 2 years as a starter. I don't know what Dylan would say. You know what's interesting? Of the Raiolas, Dylan's the one I haven't talked to Dylan that much. Never really have that much. More Dayton, his dad. And I don't know what Dylan would say to that. What I don't know what Dylan would say is how he felt about his time in Nebraska. I don't know how he assesses it. I wonder I would like to talk to Dylan and ask him, how do you feel about the way you played? I don't know how he feels about the way he played. I thought he got better. I thought he got better as a sophomore. His dad wouldn't say that. His dad, in fact, have butted heads on that. I thought Dylan did get better. Sacks were a problem, though. 54 sacks in 2 years is a big problem. There's a lot of blame to go around there. But the situation changed, John.
Yeah.
Now the one thing that has been consistent in their message and what I've tried to convey is that he always wants to be in a program that's a playoff caliber program. And he thought Nebraska could get there. And then part of his assessment was, no, they're not there. They're not there. That's not going to happen. And I think that, from his standpoint, that was an issue. Nebraska had its issues with Dylan, and he had his issues with Nebraska, and that was probably the major one. He doesn't think they're going to a playoff. They're a long shot, right? Oregon's not. And he didn't go into the portal to go to Louisville or Syracuse or Missouri. I mean, he didn't. He went to go to a playoff team. So that's where he's at.
Sip, there's been a lot of chatter over the last 24-ish hours, starting from a USC 24/7 site about Mike Eckler and them being interested in him as their special teams coordinator. Not a surprise, given the jump that Nebraska made, that anyone would be interested in bringing him in. What has your reporting shown on the possibility that this could happen?
It's interesting. Josh, these things are hard to kind of answer. The way I said it in a chat today, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't believe it. I know it. Listen, I know he's had opportunities. He probably has them every year, frankly. And I do think there's probably an opportunity. It might be USC, and it might even be other places. I don't know that that's the only one. But I guess what I'll tell you is I'll believe it when I see it. I don't, oh God, my track record's been sketchy, but I don't believe it right now. I don't. I go out on a limb quite a bit, and I could take the easy road and say I don't know, but I do know a little, and I don't think he'll go. I do think it's a situation, but I don't think he'll end up going.
How much is tied to the role that he has? Obviously, special teams coordinator is his primary thing, but as we saw in the bowl week, and there's been talk that, maybe next year, if he stays at Nebraska, there's be more work with the linebackers. What do you think he wants his role to be? No matter what the circumstance, no matter what the school or the situation, does he want his hands also on the defensive side, or would he like to focus on one thing?
That's a great question. He would love to coach a position, but I don't think that it's a deal breaker, meaning if he's not, that he's off. He's off to another place. But yeah, I know Mike well enough, and I've talked to him enough over the years, and really not even over the years, this year. He'd love to coach a position, but if it's not there, I don't think he's going to stomp his feet and say, "Oh God, Matt, I'm out of here." But I'm sure that he's made it clear to Rule that he would love to coach a position. But if it's not there, it's not there. And I don't think it's there.
So, exploring this a little bit more, if this is something he's legitimately considering, and maybe it's about what John's idea was of wanting to do something more and not just focus on special teams, does it say anything about Nebraska football as of this moment in time and USC football as of this moment in time? Because even a massive raise, cost of living is going to, mitigate that, right? So it's going to, or negate it, excuse me. So that's not even a one-to-one. I don't know. I wonder what it says about the state of the programs, if that's something he would consider, if it would seem to be a lateral move elsewhere.
Well, yeah, I do. I mean, if it were to happen, I'd address that. I don't know how to address it. I don't just see, it seems right now, to me, it's a hypothetical. Okay. I don't. Yeah. Again, I'll believe it when I see it. Partly because of what you're saying. Partly. I mean, remember, much of the reason he came home was family related.
Yes.
Now I don't know. Maybe that matters. I don't know. Maybe that matters change. I don't know that. I don't know. I've always looked at these things in a similar sort of overall light. These guys always have to be on the lookout. You always have to be watching, right? Because they're vulnerable right now, right? That's what you're getting at, Josh. They're vulnerable.
Very.
There's a vulnerability that all those guys are facing, including Mike Eckler. So I don't think Eckler's real vulnerable, but there's vulnerable in that he's not going to starve. But he wants to keep coaching, and yeah, you got to look. We all do, right?
Yeah.
We all do, but I always try to put myself in the shoes of the people I cover, and those guys, it's heightened. I mean, what we face and what most people face, we have to always be kind of looking. But think about it in their shoes. It's 10 times what we deal with. So, yeah, he might. And Eckler had, his numbers were good this year.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't all good, but if you really scour, they were good. He'll be sought after. He usually is sought after, and then he had a good year, so he's even more sought after. In fact, he's had a good run now, 2 or 3 years.
Yes.
Someone else who's had a really good run for more than 2 or 3 years is Scott Strohmeyer, right across the river from us in Council Bluffs at Iowa Western. It's hard for me. It's hard to believe, Sip, that Berberia, the defensive lineman, is the first scholarship guy from Iowa Western. I mean, I know they've had some kickers and some walk-ons, but this is crazy. And you asked Strohmeyer about it in your recent column, and he took a rather diplomatic approach. Hey, this program's been here for a while, and it's cranked out some good players from some really good teams. Why hasn't Nebraska tried to farm it a little bit more. Why do you think? I mean, we obviously know Strohmeyer is going to take the high road, but I'm curious why you think this is so newsworthy, because it feels like the first.
Hey, you know what? I should be more of an expert on that, but I'm not. His answer is what I would just say. I do think there is some validity in what he said, which is there's been times we had players, but they didn't. That wasn't their need. There's been times they've had need, and we didn't have those players. I've covered guys. Now, understand, Strohmeyer and Frost are friends, so it wasn't. I mean, they're good. They're boys. So it wasn't like Frost was actively avoiding it.
Mm-hmm.
Frost just wasn't a very good recruiter or evaluator. And you know what, you guys remember, and a lot of the listeners remember what Riley's tact was. It was more oriented toward California, right?
Mm-hmm.
West, national. We're going to make Nebraska, like a feeder to the NFL. It was that, right? I don't think he looked that way very much. Bo, I can't remember what Bo's approach was to Iowa Western. I don't think he had. What I'm telling you is I don't think any of these guys since 2009, so we're talking about Bo, Riley, Frost, and Rule, I don't think any of them actively avoided it. I don't think there was some kind of issue. There was nothing like that. It's curious though, right? Because they've had a lot of good players. They've been sending players. They've been sending players all over the country, and they've had a lot of success. So it's curious. It's a curious discussion, and it probably, as I do with everything, I overthink everything. It's probably a reflection on Nebraska just making poor decisions and evaluating. Look at the record. I mean, am I really going out on a limb there?
No, yeah, I think sometimes people want it to be about so much more than, because people love it being big, grand, not conspiracy in this case, but like, ooh, what are they? But sometimes it's just, hey, the bad program did bad things. Like, are you really that shocked?
Right, Josh. I think that's what it is. I mean, if you think about now, not Bo. Bo's record was good. And if you look at those teams, he did a good job of stocking the rosters. Good, but since then, no, not really. And then it got really bad. So why are we surprised?
Hey, did you hear the some of the Aaron Terry chatter that popped up late last week about being on the staff in some regard? He is the defensive line coach there at Iowa Western, and I mean that would have been quite the jump for him. Like, I wonder how was that a realistic possibility as we still await the announcement of Brown to be the new line coach that Sean reported over the weekend?
Yeah, it was absolutely. I think Aaron interviewed for the job. And yeah, it was absolutely a possibility. We know who they're hiring, and that's it. I mean, that's the long and short. But I'm not sure who else they interviewed. But yeah, Aaron was involved in that. I think he was a real possibility. I know he was a real possibility.
What do we know about Corey Brown, who is the presumed new guy at D-line coach?
Been around. I mean, he's played at Iowa. If you look at what he did at Miami of Ohio, it's pretty impressive, both in terms of how disruptive the line was and also the players he produced. Not names that people here would recognize, obviously, but a lot of all conference type players, and just sack numbers were good. Disruptive. He's respected. He coached at Rutgers. Bush knows him. Bill Bush knows him and said he's a dude. He's a respected guy. It's probably a pretty good hire. It's not. And now what I like about it is he's going to focus on those two inside positions. He's not going to coach the entire line, which I like. Roy Manning will handle the edges in a 4-man front, and he'll handle the interior guys. I like that. It's the same reason I like 2-man offensive line room. Coach two, like when Dan Young and Milt both coached the O-line. I like that setup. I think it's a lot for one guy to coach all those guys. So, I like the picture. The defensive staff, if you just assess it, it doesn't blow you away. It doesn't. I mean, but it's fine. I think it's fine. you know how I am with this stuff with Orich, Roy Manning, the new guys they brought, Corey Brown. I'm not going to judge it too much right now. I want to see it in a year, 2 years. That's how I always have done it. Let's see what it looks like when they've gotten into the Big Ten for a year or two, if they're afforded that opportunity.
All right, Sipple, we buried the lead. We got a text from Sean.
Wait, what?
Who asks?
Sean who?
Just Sean, listener Sean. This is not Sean Callahan. This is Sean with an SHAUN. He says, ask Sip where my Bill Moose book is. Where is the book, Sipple? Where is it?
That's the lead. I texted Moose. Last and he said,
I missed that.
I know he too.
Now he doesn't want to be on the back page. Meaning he wants to wait till the college football playoff is over and all the coaching moves have been made, and then he'll come out with it. I know he's done because he showed me he sent me a text with the cover and all that. You know, it's done. So
what's the title? Can you tell us the title?
Yeah, I think it's called Crab Creek Chronicles. Crab Creek, because Crab Creek is a creek that runs through his ranch.
Oh.
So yeah, that's the deal. Crab Creek Chronicles.
I'm kind of sad. I was hoping it would just be called Brrr.
No, you know what it should have been called, John? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
In honor of the Minnesota touchdown.
Yeah, I am not. I don't think that was him. We've had that conversation.
Uh-huh. You're the only one in the media who doesn't think it was him.
Hey, if it's in a comic book, Sip, you know it's true.
Yeah. We don't need to relitigate that, but I've never. He said that was not him. I believe him.
Oh man.
I usually I'm disappointed by these, and I'm not saying there's not going to be interesting stuff in there, but
here we go.
But seriously, I anymore, you hear enough about the juicy stuff that happened out there. I wonder if we're going to learn anything new about what most of us around here are interested in, and that is, of course, his Nebraska years.
You absolutely will.
Okay.
It'll help your show. You will. It'll help your show. I'll have to write at least a couple columns out of it, what I know.
Woohoo! That's 100%. A big promise. Are you sure you're not his book publisher? Really sounds like you're hyping this up, man.
Husker Online Publishing. It's a brand new publishing arm, John.
No, I know. I'm busy enough. I don't need it all, but no, I know that. I know what's in it. It's not like that throughout the book, but yes, his Nebraska chapters will definitely have. Oh yeah, there's a couple things in there. Now he had a good tenure here. He loved it, most of it. It's not all disparaging about Nebraska, and some of the stuff that's newsworthy isn't disparaging. It's just newsworthy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just wow. There's gonna be some items where you'll say, "Wow, okay, yeah, that's interesting." Yeah, it's listen.
Okay, all right, I'll take your word for it, Sip.
Very, very revealing to me. Really revealing, actually.
You think he's going to do press? You think he's going to talk to people?
Is Bill?
I don't know.
Press.
I don't know that he'd have to.
Well, of course you do. You got to promote the book. You can't just be out there on every street corner saying, "Hey, come buy this book from my new publishing company. It's Bill Moose's Crab Creek Chronicles."
Yeah, and you understand that Nebraska's just a part of it. He had a lot.
I know.
He was AD at 4 different places, right? And
yeah,
it's just a few chapters about Nebraska. But the stuff that he says in Nebraska chapters, there's 3 or 4 things that come to mind that, we'll be talking about.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to take your word for it. I am tentatively looking forward to it.
Tentatively looking forward to it. Wow. Put that on the back cover, Sipple.
Yeah. He's a good writer. It'll be entertaining too. He's a good writer. He's interesting. He's an interesting writer.
Did you volunteer to do the audiobook version and read it?
Oh, great idea.
No, I did not. I don't have time. And I would not do that. But I'm telling you, he's interesting. He's a good writer.
Okay.
He's very detail oriented. He always has been. He's that way. He's just that way naturally. He pays attention to everything. And then the way he wrote it, I'll give you an example. You won't mind. His initial meeting with Frost, he read me, like when they met, when he interviewed Frost at that hotel, and I think it was in Philadelphia,
Philly.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He read me that. And it's fascinating the way he laid out the way that meeting went. It didn't go well, by the way. And the way he writes it, it's fascinating. It's really well done. It's well written.
Okay. People forget Bill Moose is responsible for Fred Hoiberg.
Thank you, Bill.
You would not be enjoying the fruits of this wonderful Nebraska basketball season without the vision of Bill Moose. So that alone should make you buy a book.
No, this is awkward. There's a twist to that in that book. That's a fascinating part of the book.
Wow. What about Fred?
Yeah, just get ready.
Are you telling me that Steve Peterson somehow was involved in this?
No, I'm not. But it's not as simple as it sounds.
Wow. I'm very interested. Okay, you're selling me more by the second, Sipple.
Sip, for a non-book publisher, you're doing a fine job of promoting this book.
All this stuff he's told me, he's been talking about it for 2 years. It's interesting.
Well, you've been the one guy on this beat, so.
That's true.
Yeah, I like Moose. I always liked him.
Steve Sipple, the man on the Dominic Raiola beat and the Bill Moose beat. You're my guy.
A lot of people don't
You do talk to a lot of people. That's why we love having you on. You yourself maybe one day could write a book.
I don't think it's going to happen.
That's a bummer.
It's okay. It's yeah.
The Great American Novel by Steve Sipple.
You guys could write a book.
No, I could not write a book. It would be boring. It would be very, very boring. I'm not that exciting a person. I'm just not. I don't.
No, he's saying you could write a novel, John. You could write a novel.
Could I write the novel about Steve Sipple?
No, it'd be very boring. That kind of, I wouldn't be perfect. But yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
All right. Sip. Be careful out there.
Thanks, yeah, thanks. I will.
Have a great week, Sip.
All right. Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you. Steve Sipple of Husker Online. Man, he's going to eat. So
he's going to be dropping nuggets about
dropping all these
Moose nuggets.
Moose
That's what the book should have been called, Moose Nuggets. Or just moose droppings.
That's too bad that he didn't decide to do that.
Moose droppings. That would have been
Do
perfect.
we know that that's not what it's called?
Yeah,
sure?
He said Crab Creek Chronicles.
Sure.
Yes, he sent him the cover.
Maybe Sip's
you know how hard it is to unveil a cover and then to redo that, Nick, for the printing?
Let's do a Canva.
Do a Canva.
Do a Canva cover.
Hey, by the way, we were talking about the Eckler stuff. Let me find the timestamp on this just to make sure I have it all right. Connor Morissette, who is a writer for the 24/7 USC website, which is the Peristyle. Is it Peristyle or Peristyle, John?
Peristyle.
How is
Peristyle. That's the
Peristyle.
That's the part of the Coliseum where the
it looks
torch
cool
is and stuff.
It looks
called a
cool and old. So Mr. Morissette writes 103 minutes ago. So this is an hour and 45 minutes ago, basically. Sounds like USC is working through Eckler's contract at Nebraska to get a deal done. He may also coach the linebackers. Lots of moving pieces, and nothing is set in stone, but that's the latest I've heard.
Mike, set your sights higher. If you're going to go to Los Angeles, go coach in the pros.
Nice.
I got a job for you.
So I know that there's a lot of people that are making fun of USC right now, like, this is stupid. USC sucks. I will say this. They apparently, and I don't follow recruiting on a national level, John, so I'm just going off of what the rankings say. They had apparently an awesome recruiting class, and I don't think that Lincoln Riley is on as much of a hot seat as a lot of people think he is right now. I think that they had a solid bounce-back year, and that next season, 2026, is expected to be the year with the big jump. And you do wonder if People just like every comment that I see is, why would he go there? That's stupid. Why would he want to attach himself to Lincoln Riley? That's stupid. So,
well, I mean, couldn't you ask the same question of why would he want to stay attached to Nebraska? They're not going anywhere either.
Bingo.
I mean, you could say the same thing.
Bingo. So just something to keep in mind. By the way, Severe just texted me a picture of Moose Tracks ice cream.
Yo.
Oh, that's good.
I like Moose Tracks.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of like a Rocky Road offshoot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's got basically the same stuff in it.
I think it's better. I think it's better than Rocky Road in the fact that I think I like it more than Rocky
Vanilla flavored ice cream with peanut butter cups and famous Moose Tracks fudge.
That's why there's peanut butter cups and fudge.
Blue Bunny does something similar. Theirs is called Bunny Tracks, and so yeah, it's all varying variations of Rocky Road of the OG.
Okay.
I like Bunny Tracks.
Coming up next, interesting survey done by The Athletic and its readers about how they enjoyed college football this season on the Tube.
Oh,
some of the poll results we have for you, and we have content still to come as well, which we'll talk more about Bill Moose's book and other exciting things, including the Royals already burning their ballpark down so they can get
baseball on a Tuesday.
Baseball.
Oh my gosh!
Tuesdays are for baseball.
16-20 the zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. You know, it's not baseball season just yet, but baseball will be available on Underdog. But it's football season right now. For at least a few more games, we have 2 more playoff games on Saturday, 2 more playoff games on Sunday in the pros, and then the Natty on Monday night. Go to the Underdog app or the website today, and you can do it in Nebraska. A great reminder. You can win money right now in Nebraska, and if you get your picks right, you can actually win up to 5,000 times your cash. You got a lot of fascinating matchups this weekend. You got some good defenses going up against some good offenses. The Josh Allen versus Denver matchup is particularly interesting. Find something that you want to go higher or lower on. Touchdown yards, touchdown passes, rushing yards, whatever it is. You can do it on that app, and John, you can do it in Nebraska.
Yes, you can. You can play it right here in Nebraska. So go download that Underdog app today. And when you use our promo code at sign up, 1620 the zone, that's all one word, 1620 the zone, score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, use our promo code at sign up, 1620 the zone. Download the Underdog app today. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Back here at CHI Health Center, that's where I am. Josh and Nick are back in our studios. Got Creighton basketball tonight against the Georgetown Hoyas.
Hoya!
We'll have pregame coverage starting at the top of the hour. They do this thing. They do the
dollar beer night.
It's dollar beer night. By the way, I am looking down towards the. It used to be called the Bud Light Zone. Is it? I think it's now the Mick Ultra Zone or Mick Ultra Lounge or whatever they call it.
That makes sense.
But they've got the switchbacks. The roped off areas for the long lines. They've got those already set up. No lines right now, so if you want to get in for your dollar beers, you can't get in yet, not until 6:30.
Look at you, Ivory Tower John.
Yeah, literally.
Ivory Tower.
You're literally up above everybody, thumbing your nose down. You're not inside right now. You're outside in the corner.
Ivory.
Well, because they haven't opened the gates yet.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. You get to be inside where everyone else is freezing their tookuses off outside.
Will you stop bragging about
freezing their tookuses off? Didn't it get up to 50 today?
Yeah, but it's still a little chilly.
Is it 50 now, John?
You wuss.
Yeah, it's like 48. No, it's 51 still. It's a cold 51, though.
It's got to be your bowl. It's got to be your temperature.
It's a Florida 51.
There you go. Oh, that's cold.
Florida 51.
That's really cold.
It is.
That's really cold.
You know what? Let's save the athletic stuff. I'm going to save the survey for tomorrow because
you teased it.
No. I
Ivory
did. But,
Tower withholding information.
But the Mike Eckler stuff. I mean,
this is huge. This is legitimately huge.
Eckler the Eckler.
So again, 24/7 sports for USC is saying that USC is working through some things with Eckler's contract, and a deal is being worked on to bring Mike Eckler to USC.
Yeah, Colin Morissette from USC's 24/7 site. Sounds like USC is working through Eckler's contract at Nebraska to get a deal done. He may also coach the linebackers. Lots of moving pieces, and nothing is set in stone, but that's the latest I've heard. How much of this is about, as we talked about with Sipple, him wanting to do more than just coach special teams? That this is, if this is real, if we're buying this, and I'm going to take any reporting like this, very seriously.
Well, sure.
So I don't think you can say that this isn't going down. It might not, but if that's the case, is this something that Nebraska is not willing to play ball on, that they don't want that from him? Man, this would be a brutal, brutal loss. Given
what he did with Nebraska's special teams, how he turned it around. Just flipped the switch on it. The thing about it is, though, and who knows, this might have been in the works anyway, simply because part of this was, they'd made some defensive staff changes, and so it kind of pushed Eckler into an expanded role for the bowl game. But I was under the impression that maybe that was something they were going to consider, a little more. It's interesting that you would want to take on more work, right?
Sure.
But if he feels more comfortable with it, or if it's somewhere where he thinks he could really advance things, and I don't know what Mike Eckler's, professional career goals are. If he's got designs on being a coordinator, like a defensive coordinator or a head coach or anything like that. But this might just be, hey, they're offering me the earth, moon, and the stars, and maybe I just want to change.
This is interesting.
Maybe I came home. I got things done I needed to. I wanted to be back closer to home, but now, I want to spread my wings and go somewhere else.
It just seemed like there was a lot of chatter throughout the season about, and in the lead up to him coming back, that how happy he was to return to Nebraska, and how this was something that he really wanted to do personally, not even just as a coach, but this is something he wanted to do again personally. And so you wonder what changed. Look, it's going to be hard for me not to wonder, John, if it's how much of this is maybe another opportunity in terms of an extra role. Linebackers, let's just say that the comment from the 24/7 site is correct. He wants to do linebackers as well. All right, that makes sense. But it's going to be hard for me not to wonder if it doesn't say something about the current state of Nebraska football, and that he's wanting to get out of here, a little bit early before things continue to go sideways.
There's new people on the staff, and even though as a special teams coach or a coordinator, you don't have to necessarily, whoever the offensive line coach is or whoever the defensive coordinator is, you still have to work with them. Mm-hmm. And, sometimes there are certain dynamics where, it just doesn't seem to fit, or maybe there were friends of yours that got let go. I'm spitballing here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Let me read
I
two
don't
comments.
know.
So David on the YouTube says maybe it's the same thing like Dylan. Maybe he wants to have a chance to win a championship. Excellent point, David. Nebraska is not as close to a championship as USC is. Let me read this too from Trenton Lincoln. Trenton Lincoln texts in, I'm not saying he should always listen to the fans or make key decisions based on fan reactions, but do you think Rule is underestimating fan reaction if Eck is gone? And I think the answer to that, my quick answer would be yes. Like, I think that people would be really frustrated. But I will also say this, and Happer and Schaefer talked about it on their show this morning, aptly titled Happer and Schaefer, 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Happer brought up the fact that Rule is a contrarian and how Rule had to be convinced.
What is he, John?
Who is it, you? To bring in
I'm not.
To bring in Mike Eckler. You know, Will Compton famously has the ear of Mike Eckler, and he brought his name up, or has the ear of Matt Rule and brought his name up. And I think people were telling Rule, you should add Mike Eckler. And his first response was, and he's told this is not reporting, this is not guesstimating, this is not inside info. Matt Rule said this. He was like, no, I'm not going to do that. But then he looked into him. And people
did that.
And then he did that. I did that. He brought him in because he's a good coach. This was not one of the classic examples. Why don't they build the entire airplane out of Jason Peters and Grant Windstrom and Matt Davidson? It wasn't that type of nonsense. He was a good coach at Tennessee. He built really good special teams, but he had to be convinced to bring him in because people were telling him to bring him in. And so I don't know. I've always watched, and I don't want to look into things way too hard, John, but I always watch their sideline demeanor together and just how Rule is. There's always this like, what are you doing, you crazy man? What are you doing on the sideline?
Which is crazy because Rule sometimes is a little. I mean, he's not nearly as crazy as Eckler,
He's
but
licking his lips.
sometimes his work
Matt,
can be a
don't
little
call
frenetic
timeout.
as well.
And then he calls a timeout and everything changes.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Like this would suck. This would be a horrible loss, real horrible loss.
Certainly it would be bad. It doesn't mean that Nebraska still couldn't be good at special teams, and maybe who knows? Maybe just bringing in a guy for 1 year can fix it and kind of show people the way. And then, it doesn't have to mean that Nebraska's special teams is going to tank. It would just be disappointing given that we know how valuable he is. We know his ties to the area, and we know how good he is at his job.
Yep.
And who knows? This may be neither here nor there. It may be a smokescreen. It may be just talk. Maybe Nebraska will come back and say, nope, we're going to offer a little bit more, and we're going to keep you here, give you, exactly what it is you want. So we'll see. But the fact that, the insider there at 24/7 Sports is saying that they're working on it does make you wonder that the conversations might be rather serious right now.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Mike Eckler, here's his stops, all right?
Okay.
So we're going back 20 years, almost 20 years. GA at Oklahoma, GA at LSU, linebackers coach at Nebraska. His first full-time gig at Nebraska, 2008 to 2010. Indiana for 2 years, USC for a year, Georgia for 2, North Texas for a year, North Carolina for 2, Kansas for 1, North Texas for 1, Tennessee. This is Tennessee. He actually lasted from 21 through 24.
Look at that. That's a long-ass stop.
He was a lifer at Tennessee. And then, of course, this year at Nebraska. So moving around and being very mobile has been his MO.
For sure. Yeah, so maybe this is just a part of that once again. Also,
Could
congrats
be.
to him on being in Indiana at one point in time. They should send him a ring.
Yeah.
If you coached at Indiana,
that
you
was
should
at
get a
20.
ring.
That was in 2011.
You should get a ring, though. That's pretty fun.
Rebuilds can start with the smallest step, John.
They weren't good back then.
They
were not good back then. All right, we'll come back. Content is next here on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Dylan Raiola will not have Kenyon Sadiq to throw to anymore.
What?
Well, he never had him to throw to in the first place because he just joined the team.
What?
Sources saying that Sadiq is going to leave early to declare for the NFL draft. He is Mel Kiper's #1 ranked tight end in this year's draft.
Wow.
There you
Cool.
go.
The #1 producer reading questions at 5:36 p.m. on Tuesday, January 13th is Nick Grimm.
Wow, thank you. That's high praise.
Mm-hmm.
As we just discussed with Sip, Bill Moose's book could be released in the very not too distant future. Are we going to do the first ever book club on the Grum?
Whoa.
Here's my question. Can we just buy the chapters we want to read?
Oh, that's
Bill, I don't want to
Are
guide
we
the
particularly
whole book.
interested in any of the Washington State stuff or the Oregon
Send
stuff?
out some copies to the local Nebraska media, Bill. We'll talk
But
about
just
it
send
on
us
our
the
show.
chapters that we want to read.
Yeah, make sure that
No
they're
offense,
titled
but,
The Nebraska Chapter 1, Nebraska Chapter 2.
I suppose maybe some of the stuff with Mike Leach might be interesting. You might have some good Mike Leach stories. You can send me those chapters as well.
Simple, I mean, he's doing a hell of a sales job.
He is.
Maybe he's getting some kickbacks here.
I think he's getting some kickback.
Yeah.
I think Sip is a book publisher behind the scenes. He ever since he joined Husker Online, he sees what a good businessman Sean Callahan is. He's like taking lessons from the youngster, and now he's like, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to publish Bill Moose's book.
How big do we think the chapter about Dorothy Lynch dressing is going to be?
Not.
No?
I don't think he was a Dorothy Lynch guy.
Wasn't that more of a Trev Alberts thing?
Yeah, I don't think he was. I mean, he pandered. I don't think he pandered in that regard, though.
He was more interested in the cup of coffee, a piece of pie, or a glass of beer.
I want to read the chapter about that Philadelphia interview with Frost. Like, what in the world's happening? And then, I mean, the Hoiberg stuff that Sipple just mentioned. What on earth? I can't wait to find out.
Sorry, this one makes. Did Aaron Rodgers play his last NFL game last night?
He definitely did. I mean, there was the conversation that had it been reported, John, that when ESPN did the Monday night game in November, that he had told the crew that he had been thinking that this was going to be his last year, because they started talking about that late, like it was like common knowledge. And I was like, did I miss something about this news? So
yeah,
it's kind of like Keona
that.
Davis. I thought that it was official. I was like, wait, this was official. So
Save the date.
I think he's done. I think Aaron Rodgers is done playing football in the National Football League.
Is he going to Canada?
Do too.
He might be going to the CFL.
Well, it depends. Is the echinacea or whatever it is that he gets, the drug, is that
I think Canada's a bit more lax than we are.
well, there you go. It'll be fine.
Perfect.
Get it cheaper. Get it paid for by the government.
Hell yeah.
When asked Monday if Jalen Hurts wants his OC Kevin Patullo to return, he responded, "It's too soon to think about that. Will it be one and done for the beleaguered and egged Eagles play caller?"
Yeah, remember they threw eggs at his house.
I forgot about that.
Wow, you're laughing at vandalism. Interesting. It is one and done. It's actually already announced. He's done.
Is it vandalism if it's eggs?
Yes.
Yes, Nick, that might be
when you
worse.
damage, when you deface or damage other people's property, that is vandalism.
I guess if it's not permanent, I guess I don't think of it as vandalism.
Dude, if eggs crust over, I'm going to come over to the house, throw some eggs on your house, and let's see how you feel about it tomorrow morning.
Oh, we wrecked. I don't care. What you want?
Nick.
What? It's not my house.
Wow,
on your
Nick,
car
Nick,
then.
Nick here for vandalism. Oh, eggs are cool. You can throw eggs at anybody.
Let's go
It's
throw
okay.
eggs at Nick's car. Let's see how he feels about it tomorrow morning.
I wouldn't like that.
Yeah, I bet you would.
It'd be
Nick.
rude.
I bet you would.
That might be something for the McMaster Stibbs anti-wedding party, is to egg Nick's wedding and just see, and then we'll see if it sticks.
Not a bad idea.
I'm not the one you have to worry about if you egg my wedding. Columnist Armand Brody with Sports Media Watch asked that a year after his clunky first season, is Tom Brady, quote, the best TV analyst in the NFL? Do you agree?
Do I agree that that's a question? I mean, it is a question, sure. So.
It's a question, but what do you think?
No, he's not the best. I think he's very much improved, though. I guess, John, you were doing your game. Did you see the clip of the throwing footballs in the wind?
Yes.
Okay.
That was in the second half, I believe.
Okay, so you were home.
Yeah, I
for
was
that.
home by then.
That was awesome and so specific and a great reminder of actually how bad Tony Romo has gotten because he never does anything like that. And their open for the start of the Jags-Bills game was one of the worst things that I've ever heard an announcer do. It was terrible. I don't think Brady is the best. Brady has gotten way better, and to the point where I look forward to the broadcast on Sundays.
He didn't do a lot of Rams games this year, and it always seemed like, we were playing opposite whatever game he was doing. But the times I have listened this year, I have definitely heard you can just hear it's more confident.
Yep, he's more comfortable.
He's just more comfortable. It's not like Tom Brady didn't know the game. Of course he knows the game. It doesn't mean that Tom Brady can't communicate. Of course he can communicate. But it is different when you're in a broadcast situation. That's one of the reasons, you watch the Manning cast, for example. They're just talking all over everything. They're just having a conversation. You can't really do that in a traditional play-by-play color sense. You got to know when to hit your spots. You got people in your ear. You got a producer saying, hey, I'm going to have this angle for you. Here's what we see here. And there's a lot of stuff going on. It's really intricate. You got spotters. You got people pointing at things. You're trying to make sure you're not stepping on your play-by-play. I mean, there's an art form to this.
Mm-hmm.
And it took some time, which is why, going back to what I would talk about last year, they needed to let him work some lower-level games, whether it was lower-level pro games or even do some college game. Just work him in so that it wasn't so awkward in the first year. I get it. It's all about It's all about promoting the name. Hey, we got Tom Brady. Come watch because we have Tom Brady. But the best way to handle that would have been to let him actually get used to the process before you threw him on the biggest games of the year. To his credit, though, he learned a lot from that first year. No, he's not the best. I still think Greg Olsen is the best, at least of the ones that I hear. But Brady's gotten a lot better, and
Sorry,
I think before all is said and done, he will end up being really, really good at his job. Now we just have to make sure he doesn't disappear and become full-time front office with the Raiders.
Oh, no. Husker wrestling coach Mark Manning says AJ Ferrari will be back in action this weekend after his arrest on an outstanding warrant from Texas. Should we have to sit out of action as punishment? Should he have to sit out?
Oh, should we? You know what? Suspend me, coach. I won't be watching your garbage wrestling this weekend.
This was a weird story because apparently there was an incident that happened in October where he used a motor vehicle to flee an arrest. And I'm still not, I looked up a ton of different stories. I'm not sure what the original citation was in Texas that he was fleeing from. But because of that, he had an outstanding warrant. And according to what his attorney had said, after the match he wrestled, was it Friday night? He was racing to get to Omaha so he could catch a flight to get to Texas to handle the outstanding warrant. Well, he gets caught for speeding, and then the state patrolman goes back to the car and dials up the old computer and says, oh, this dude's got an outstanding warrant. Thus, he gets arrested. But I'd still like to know what the original problem was in the first place that led to this whole thing happening. But it sounds like it's being taken care of, and Mark Manning says he will be back in action this week. I guess if it's a lower level misdemeanor, I would not sit him.
Yeah, you're right, because he has had other
yes,
another
incident.
Yeah, but this is not that, right? This is not this thing is not that. Yeah, so again, I will suspend myself from watching the wrestling. That is my due diligence to follow the law.
Husker gymnastics legend Jim Hartung passed away over the weekend unexpectedly. He was a two-time Olympian who led the U.S. to gold in the 1984 Olympics. John, what are your memories of the Omaha native?
He was the face of Nebraska gymnastics. So for those who are not familiar, Nebraska men's gymnastics was really, 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 really good in the late 70s and the early 80s. In a weird way, men's gymnastics was kind of like what volleyball is today, a sport that broke through the shadows of football and became this other headline act that wasn't football. And I mean, it was not uncommon. You know, we would go to meets back in the day at the Devaney Center, and they would fill the Devaney Center, the main arena, for men's gymnastics, for duels, for Big 8 championships, for the NCAA. I remember we went to an NCAA tournament, and Jim Hartong was the face, and he was like the stud from South O guy. Came back later, coached. Really sad to hear about it, but he was. I mean, for someone my age who happened to be exposed to it because his dad liked to go to gymnastics meets, so we all went as a family. He was a huge name and a big part of the growth of men's gymnastics in the United States. So rest in peace, Jim Hartung. Super athlete and a Husker legend for sure.
The Royals, who, like the Chiefs, are trying to build a new ballpark, have taken the extreme measure of already tearing down walls at their current park.
What?
Huh? Actually, they're just moving the outfield fences in to make the park more home run neutral. Thoughts?
Classic sport, overreacting and needing to have more runs, more scoring in a game to get Gen Z interested again. I didn't realize where the fence is that far away in Kansas City. Is it hard to hit a home run? Maybe they should get rid of the
power alley.
waterfall.
So they're not going to. They're only changing they're only bringing the fences in 8 to 10 feet in the power alleys, where I believe it was. I want to say it was 385, and now it'll be closer to 375. But the down the line, the foul pole and in straightaway center is going to stay the same. Now, conveniently, they'll be able to add more seats because they're also lowering the fences. So there'll be more seats closer to the fence in the power alleys in left and right center field.
Isn't Power Alley the show that Mike Farron does?
Yes, it is.
Interesting.
No, the fountains aren't going anywhere. The fountains are not being torn down. This is just moving the fences in.
No,
They're going to light it on fire.
No, that says a lot about Kansas City's water, actually. Finally, and this is probably the most important thing I can't believe we haven't gotten to at all.
Oh.
Somehow we've made it this many shows without discussing golf.
Yes, rightfully so.
John, remember how you loved diving into Live, how super into it you were in a really weird way? Well,
yes. Congratulations to that one team that won the Live last year.
Live, laugh, love.
Brooks Koepka is leaving Live and returning to the PGA Tour. Are you excited?
Oh, that's exciting for you, John.
Brooks, you better be careful, man. Certain people don't like it when you turn on them.
Oh no! Watch out, Brooks, says John.
Is that a threat?
Not from me.
Oh, okay.
Speculation of a potential alleged threat.
But maybe
The
maybe
concept
from the people,
of a threat.
Maybe from the money people behind Live.
Yikes! Isn't it funny because Brooks Koepka's whole shtick was, I only care about the big tournaments, but now he's coming back to play in the little tournaments again. Because he wasn't missing out on the majors.
Yeah. Guess Liv wasn't big enough.
I guess not. He likes wearing pants. Maybe he likes wearing pants. I miss pants.
Who doesn't like pants?
I like shorts.
He wasn't
Nick.
wearing pants before?
No, you get to wear shorts and Live. You don't have to wear pants.
Well, but
Look at
if
these
he misses pants, you can wear pants if he wants to.
You got to wear them only in PGA, John, and Live. It's shorts. Show off those thighs.
Those calves.
Yeah. Thigh
Seems
guys.
to be counter to what the money people behind Live are all about. But that's a whole other story.
Indeed.
Okay. Coming up next, we'll tell you about what's for dinner on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Before we get to what's for dinner, recently posted on his social media, Andrew Marshall, Nebraska defensive back, has announced he's staying.
Woo! Look at that news.
At the University of Nebraska.
Eckler might be leaving, but Andrew Marshall's not. Allegedly. Nothing's been reported officially, though.
Does Mike Eckler have to put out a screenshot of a social media post?
Nick, you are disgusting. Bonk. Also, I don't know, John Dylan Raiola still hasn't, and I'm waiting for that by the day. Where's Dylan?
You know
Raiola's
who's not
letter?
waiting for that by the day? This guy.
Us two.
Great. But
what's for dinner? You're upstairs. Don't they have food up there?
Yeah, John.
No, not right now. It's still 2 hours plus before tip-off.
Go have a beer.
Yeah.
I wish. I don't know what's for dinner tonight. Last night was taco salad. Taco salad. It was delicious, man.
Can taco salad be a dinner? I always see that as a side.
Great question, Nick. Yeah,
Of course
where were
it
the
could be, 'cause you got-
enchiladas?
It's no different than if you order like a Cobb salad or a chef salad. You know, people do that. Taco salad.
That's
Now,
true.
the only difference was we didn't have the tortilla bowls, but we just crushed some Doritos in there.
Well, I would never order a Cobb salad because I think Thai Cobb was problematic, and I don't want to do that.
That was funny, Nick. Good job by you.
Thank you.
What are you having for dinner?
Don't know. We had pizza last night from Casey's. It was delicious.
Okay. We have some leftover chili. So I'm going to not finish it off, but I'm going to have some more because we want to try to finish it off. Also, the spaghetti and the meatballs.
Mamma mia.
It was awesome. Except for when my dad dropped the garlic cheese bread with pepper flakes on it, and Banks started freaking out.
He was huffing the pepper.
He was, man. But Banks is okay, so I'll get home and I'll see him, and I'll probably take him for a walk. Also, Schaefer brought donuts this morning, and I actually just had another one. I had one earlier before the show started, and I looked in the box, and there was but one more, a glazed donut. So I'm going to glaze Schaefer and say thank you.
Was it the Square? Was it
Square Donut?
Yep.
Indeed.
Square Donut?
Yep. Out by where both of us live. So Mike Schaefer, my coworker and friend, thank you for the donut.
Thank you, Shave.
Yeah, Nick had one too earlier. What kind of donut
I would
did you
thank
have?
you, but I wasn't in the studio today.
I had
so.
a pink one, and then I had a glazed donut.
You weren't in the studio today, John. Wow.
No, I'm here at the CHI because, God
You hate
forbid,
us.
I don't want to get stuck in traffic.
Yeah, Nick asked earlier off air, right before we got going on this segment, when will we have a show or a week of shows where we are all here again? And I said, ha, 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 ha. And he said, April? And I said, yeah, probably.
Yeah. It'll be a while.
John will be doing Crown stuff in late March, maybe going to Las Vegas. And so, yeah, I don't know when all of us will be together. But then it'll be baseball season, Nick, and John and I will be gone on Tuesdays.
I still don't think you deserve to be out there at the ballpark.
The show sounds better. What do you want? You want to be at the ballpark?
Yes, you can produce.
No.
John and I can talk ball
I don't know
for
how to
4
produce
hours.
with the new boards. Don't know how to work with
It's
the new
easy.
boards.
Very easy.
It seems.
You got to
heard that
remember.
it's really
you got to
difficult.
remember. Josh has issues with technology. We found that out yesterday.
Gosh darn
By
it!
the way,
Triggered.
is the computer work?
Everything is fine. Everything is great.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's charged. It's full battery. There's no problems whatsoever. I'm so mad about yesterday.
Just remember, kids. Control-Alt-Delete.
So it's funny you mentioned that because I was told today that this computer right next to me was just frozen on Adobe Audition, and there was nothing they could do. I came in, I Control-Alt-Delete, force closed it, opened it. It's fine.
Yeah. Again, I Control-Alt-Delete all the time. I've never had that happen for a charger. That seemed like more of a port issue.
It might be like
I'll take it though.
It might be a discharge situation. Maybe it was something with the battery and it needed to.
But it works now.
Or maybe you just get rid of your crapple and get a real computer.
Remember that one time, John, I
true.
dumped a cup of coffee into it and it worked just fine. This is a great machine. Thank you, MacBook.
All right, coming up tomorrow, it is Wednesday.
Are you going to be back here or are you doing the show from Lincoln? It's too early to tell?
I'll attempt to be there.
It's not
with
my
you.
story
Yes.
to tell.
Yeah. A lot of stuff
Debates.
going on tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Mike Eckler will be gone. Or maybe